This story takes place in Hessian Town. For those of you unfamiliar with the area, it's a charming little village in the Yunnan region in southwest China. About 2 years ago, I lived in a pretty nice little house there. It had 3 rooms, a full kitchen, and an attic, all for only 1,200 yuan a month. For all of you who rent apartments, you'd know this is a damn good deal. A large cemetery was about 6 to 7 blocks away. Anyway, after moving all of my stuff into my new place, I started to explore a little bit. All the rooms, all the nooks and crannies and whatnot. I noticed that the room I had chosen for my bedroom had a small piece of paper just above the door in the closet. It was just inside the closet and placed flat on the wall between the top of the door and the ceiling. All that was on the paper was a few traditional Chinese characters. I wasn't quite sure of what it said, as I had never learned traditional Chinese, only simplified as taught in schools here in mainland China. But I did recognize something about it. Basically, there's these old traditions about monsters, usually vampires, that have a piece of paper attached to their head. If you search on Google for Chinese vampires, look at some of the pictures, you'll know what I'm talking about. That's what this piece of paper inside my closet looked like. I did ask my landlord about it, and she said that the last guy to live in the house was very superstitious, so I kind of brushed it off. I did leave the paper there though because, well, it's just one of those things. Why mess with something that you don't fully understand? The closet in my room, it was very deep and narrow, but it took a good 4 or 5 steps to get to the far side of it. After checking out my room, I headed up to the attic. The landlord previously told me, or sort of warned me, not to let anyone sleep in the attic. Whether or not this has anything to do with my story, I'll leave that for you to decide. She said that it gets extremely hot up there during the summer or something. I walked upstairs to a 2-roomed attic that had the door in between them removed. The first room had nothing inside, but the second had a couch sitting in the middle of it. There was nothing around it. No tables, no lamps, no light fixtures, or anything else. Just a dirty, white couch in the middle. Everything was sorted out, and the place started to feel like a home. A few months passed, and some weird things started to happen. I'm someone who tends to stay up very late, most of the time wasting the night away on my laptop, sitting on my bed. And on one of these nights, my closet door swung open. Not swung open as in a slow, eerie creak like they do in the movies. I'm talking swung open like someone roundhouse kicked it open. The first time it happened, I was very scared. My bed was facing toward the closet, so I looked up, scared, and saw nothing. The closet door was just flat against the wall, with nothing but darkness in the closet. There were no demon eyes, no shadowy figures, just darkness. I got up, closed the closet door, and went back to my laptop. This very same event, it started happening more and more frequently, but since I always had a window fan installed, I was always able to pass it off as some really strong draft or something. The fact that I couldn't close my closet door all the way supported my theory. The locking mechanism on it would have prevented it from swinging open like that. I told my neighbour about it once and I apologised for the noise in the middle of the night. But she said that she never heard a thing. I found that pretty odd, since the door slammed pretty loudly into the wall. A little over half a year after first moving in, I decided to move out of there. I found a cheaper but smaller apartment and decided to go with it. My friend knows people who work for a moving company, so I hired a few workers to move all my stuff out. While I was packing up all my things, I set up a little radio in my room to listen to while I was busy putting everything into boxes. I went to the bathroom, and upon leaving my room, I closed my door. It wasn't by accident or anything. I just had a habit of closing doors behind me. After I was done, I went back into my room. I opened the door, and I stood there for a moment. I closed the door, and then I opened it again. That's when I noticed it. I was not able to hear a single sound coming from my room when the door was closed. The radio was pretty loud, yet I couldn't even hear a tiny bit of it when the door was shut. This really creeped me out, more than the closet door slamming in the middle of the night, because it just didn't make any sense. Then I realized that maybe that's why my neighbor never heard the loud slamming. Still thinking about it, I continued to pack. Eventually, I went into my closet to get my clothes. I swung the closet door open and held it flat against the wall. I didn't want to keep opening and closing it as I walked in and out, but the door wouldn't stay flat against the wall. I would open it all the way, and then it would creak back a bit into a 70-degree angle. This is where I started to get really creeped out. All those nights that the door slammed open, it was at a complete 180. The only way it could stay like that was if someone or something held it open. Feeling very unsettled now, I grabbed all my things in the closet as quickly as I could and threw them onto my bed. I did not want to stand in that long, narrow closet any longer. After this, I went up to the attic to check up on the workers. They had just finished clearing the attic, and they asked me about the white couch. I told them that it wasn't mine, and that they can just leave it there. They shrugged and put it back down, and they went downstairs. As I turned to follow them, something on the floor caught my eye. A black, seemingly burned mark stuck out underneath the couch. I walked over, slowly, and pushed the couch out of the way. Sitting there, at my feet, was another Chinese symbol, burned into the carpet. It was as if someone had one of those cow branders, except it was huge and in the shape of a letter. I quickly called the workers back, and we stared at it for the longest time. A few of them chuckled. I wasn't laughing though, especially after they pointed out that this symbol was right above my room, right above the closet. I was going to go downstairs, finish packing, and get out of here. As I took the last box from my room, I looked one last time at the room, at the closet, and at that little piece of paper. The top right corner of the paper was falling off a little bit. I felt a deep, sudden urge to rip it off, but I denied that feeling and brought my stuff outside. It's been about 3 to 4 years since I've lived in that house, but I still think about it often. About a year ago, something happened to bring all of the memories flooding back to my mind. I was at my auntie's house for my cousin's birthday. I've been there before, but on this day, I noticed something I've never noticed before. I walked inside her house, and as I was taking my shoes off, I glanced back toward the front door, and something caught my eye. Above the door to her house, stuck in between the top of the door and the ceiling, was a very familiar looking piece of paper. This piece, it looked a bit different though, as the Chinese letters were faint, as if the paper was flipped around and facing the wall instead of facing me. I asked my aunt about it, and she told me it was a sort of charm to keep evil spirits away. She explained to me what the Chinese letters meant. Literally translated, it means no entry beyond. I asked her why she had the piece of paper flipped around like that, and she simply replied to me, "It's supposed to be that way." I stood there, frozen. A feeling of enormous dread swept over me. That man, that superstitious hermit of a man that lived in that house before me, he was not trying to keep evil spirits from entering that closet. He was trying to keep something from leaving. When I was a child, it was just me and my mother. We lived in a property owned by my grandma, a 3-story old farmhouse right at the fringe of the woods. It was far off the road, down a long, unlit gravel driveway. It felt very isolated at night, being so distant from any other houses. It was set in an area that hadn't been inhabited for 30 years before we started living in it. Quite often, I was a fairly rambunctious child. So, while my mum went off to work, I would occasionally skip the morning bus to school and stay home alone all day. The big house had a habit of feeling incredibly lonely and sparse, so I spent most of my time playing in the forest expanse out back. Some distance into the woods, and far enough away that I could not hear my mother call, there was a toppled pine tree which had crashed into another, an even larger trunk on its way down, and it was now frozen there, forming a long arc across the forest floor. I loved to climb up the jagged stump at the base of this fallen tree and then steady myself to a point just above the middle. I was never able to make it all the way to the top because it just got too steep for me to continue any further, and I had a bad habit of freaking out from how high up I was. One day, I was sitting in my usual spot on the fallen tree, which was quite a good distance from the ground, just listening to the birds singing and simultaneously feeling the warmth of the sun on my neck, when suddenly I heard something strange from underneath that paralyzed me in shock.
"Hey kid."
I was gripped by a sudden strong surge of fear for a moment. The voice had come from directly underneath me. I strained to look down, but couldn't see anything over the ledge. For a long time, I just sat there in absolute silence, and I was at the point where I was almost soon to convince myself that I'd completely imagined this.
"I know you can hear me."
His voice was much louder this time, as I yelled something out and scrambled up the log a bit higher. Trembling nervously, I dug my fingernails into the bark and held on tight for dear life. I sat there, trying to collect my nerves for God knows how long. Although I couldn't see it, the presence of the thing underneath me was still clear. The bird song was much softer and more cautious this time. And when I listened closely, I swear I could hear the faintest echo of human breathing. Gathering all my courage, I vowed to prove to myself that it was all my imagination by leaning over the edge as far as I possibly could without slipping right off. Digging hard into the bark behind me, I stretched out along my arms and peered over, getting a full view of the empty forest floor and undergrowth. When suddenly,
Come down here, or I'll come up there and grab you.
it was so loud. It was as if it was being screamed right in my face this time. I released my grip on the tree in fright and plunged off the platform. I was saved only by grabbing a nearby branch, and for one awful second, my bare legs dangled in the cool air. When I pulled myself up, I ran at full speed to the top of the collapsed pine, to the point I had never reached before. I sat there, just below the rustling canopy, pissing myself and staring at the distant base where the splintered wood rose, fully expecting, at any moment, to see someone crawling rapidly up the pine towards me. Instead, all I heard was the wind whistling in the leaves above and below me, and occasional snippets of birdsong. It took me about 2 hours before my mother got home and found me, after much worried searching, trembling and crying at the top of the fallen tree. Although this incident spooked both me and my mother, in time, I somehow recovered, exhibiting that naive, hard skin of a child, although I never went as far into the forest as I used to, and never again even approached that fallen tree. Once, when I was 12, I had the chore of taking firewood from the shed out back, just at the edge of the woods, and to bring it back inside the house. It was a tiresome job, and I always chose to do it at dusk, when the air was brimming with mosquitoes and a swampy fog that usually coated the lawn. By the time I made my last round, I would sprint back to the house, spooked. One of my least favourite things about this job was that the shed was full of barn owls. If you've ever seen a barn owl's face staring at you from a dark roof corner, then you'll know how uncomfortable that shed made me. One of these nights, it got mistier than it had ever been before. A thick, silver fog covered everything and limited my line of sight to just a short sphere around me. Even though the shed wasn't far from the house, I found myself feeling disorientated, and more than once, I walked in the wrong direction. Both times, for some reason, walking straight into the woods. By the time I had reached my last load, it was too foggy to see the street. My eyes stung in the moisture, and it made my vision blur. Lurching forward, I managed to walk headfirst into a tree, doubling over and dropping all of the wood I was bundling onto my feet with a hard crunch. As I went to pick them up, with my foot throbbing pretty hard, I realised that the ground was too misty for me to see my own knees. I decided to head to the house, since we had more than enough wood for one night. However, it was going to be pretty dark, and I couldn't make out any signifiers of which direction I was heading in. Even though I cautiously walked for several feet in all directions, trying to figure out my position in the mists, I still couldn't figure out any point of identification. I couldn't even locate the fence or the gate, and the more I walked, the more I seemed to stumble into trees, pine needles and mud crunching under my feet instead of dew-covered lawn. After a while, I finally realized that I couldn't even find the shed anymore, cursing myself for being so dumb while trying to ignore my thumping heart and sense that something else was at play. I became aware that I was lost somewhere in the fringe of the forest. Screaming out for my mother at the loudest possible volume was only met with a resounding silence from the depths of the mist all around from where I stood, affirming that I had wandered too far from the house to be heard. As a deep panic started to settle on me, I noticed a glimpse of something pink moving against a nearby pine trunk. Coming closer, I saw that it was a ripped-out square of pink paper. On it, there was an arrow, pointing left. Looks vaguely like something my mum might make me, I rationalised, to keep me from getting lost. So, foolishly, I followed the direction set by that green arrow, shivering in the intense cold. I kept on walking for about 5 to 10 minutes before needing to stop and take a breath. My heart was pounding so fast, it was beginning to hurt. As I was sitting down, however, I spied what appeared to be another note fluttering on a nearby trunk. I noticed that this one was embedded with a long nail. It bore another arrow, this one pointing up, and a small, sloppily written note that said, "This way." And despite my increasing panic, I convinced myself that these notes were my only shot at getting back before nightfall. I was desperate to get the hell out, and my brow was cold with sweat. So I followed the green arrow to a point where I could just dimly make out another spot of pink up an incline of collapsed stumps and leaf litter. At this point it was getting pretty dark, and I had to strain both my eyes just to see a few meters ahead of me. Following the green arrows, feeling less and less sure of where I was, I stumbled through the woods, groping out in the midst to feel for trees, although I was terrified of something unseen reaching out and grabbing my arm. I came across the third green note, which had another arrow pointing up again. This one led to an increasingly steep slope that I didn't recognize as being anywhere near my house, and with a poorly drawn smiley face right above it. At this stage, I began too freaked out to cope, and I started to cry a little. As I slumped against the pine stump, the possibility that I would be out in these woods all night was beginning to sink in, like a syringe being driven into the veins within my arm. I caught a glimpse of another pink square in the near distance, and squinting hard, unnerved by these notes, all of which looked fresh and without sign of decay, despite the previous week's non-stop rain, I read it from afar. What I read made my blood turn cold. I stood to my knees, dead silently, wobbling on them in fear. My ears were sensitive to any tiny prickle of noise in the mist. For a long time, I stood there in the rolling fog, reading and rereading that horrible note over and over again, before a snapping stick somewhere caused me to sprint blindly. Twigs snagging at my ankles and cutting up my face as I ran. Written on that note, in big, green letters, was my name. It felt like I was running for hours. All the while, the rain and mist lapped at the back of my neck, like the decaying breath of someone running right behind me. Somehow, I made it back to the house. All the lights were off, and I struggled to find the keys for a moment. When I found them, I bolted indoors and quickly crawled into bed, where I remained, unsleeping, until morning. Mum just thought I'd come inside and gone to bed, and hadn't thought to leave the lights on. It was a miracle, aka some freakish coincidence, that I even found the house at all. The final incident at that damn house was witnessed only by my mother. Up until then, she had never experienced any of the strange things as I had, although we mutually shared the particular oppressive quality that house's interior had on us, and its placement in the dreary, imposing woods. Although I was obviously never a popular kid, by living way out in the country in the opposite direction from everyone else at my school, I did make some tight friends in my first year of high school. One of these friends invited me over one night, and I accepted. My mother drove me out to the place, which was about 3 miles away, then drove back home. The night went well. We watched a horror movie, devoured some pizza, and probably smoked a little pot. My mother went home alone, where she intended to get some writing done. She worked for a magazine at that point. It was about midnight when I received an off-putting text from my mum in all capitals. "Is this a prank? I need to know immediately." Thinking it was some kind of joke, I texted back, "Calm yourself. Is what a prank?" Almost immediately, the response came, "Are you at the house?" Of course, I responded no, though I was thoroughly weirded out. I didn't receive another message until around 3 a.m, when she told me to go to my grandma's in the morning and to not, by any means, dare go home. I remember those bleak torrents of rain the day I went to my grandmother's, and how terribly soaked I was when I finally got there. It was nearly 2 towns away. I'd had to fight the temptation to go home and drop off my bags, but Mum's disturbing messages from last night were enough of a warning not to do so. When I arrived, Mum and Grandma were having lunch. At first, my mother seemed to be in some sort of composed state, but when I got a better look at her, I noticed that all the colour had drained from her face, and she was slightly trembling. At one point, she even sent a small glass crashing to the floor after flinching at the cat brushing around her ankles. It wasn't until later that night, when my grandma was sound asleep, that she told me what had happened. She went further as to forbid me from telling Grandma, out of fear that it would horrify her superstitious soul too much. This was what happened the night that I was at my friend's, as she described in detail. My mother was sitting on the first story, in the living room, where she sat on the couch by the fire, curtains open to the view of the sunset on the canopy, going over her latest draft. At first, it was so faint that she barely noticed it. But after a while, my mother became aware of and vaguely irritated by tiny thumping noises near her head at the window. When she went over to investigate, she saw fat brown moths we often got at that place, buzzing madly into the glass. Reasoning that this was the cause of the sound, she returned to her work. However, feeling rattled in some way, it was when the noises started to get sharper and louder that she paid more attention and saw that rocks were being thrown at the window from the total blackness of the forest edge. She saw them appear from the shadows of the bush and then fall into an arc and bounce off the window. Looking carefully, she could see small cracks from where some heavy ones had hit, right beside where her head had been moments before. Temporarily captivated, she tried to peer into the darkness, enough to make out where the rocks were being thrown from. And then, with a startled shock, she jumped back from the window as she saw me standing half behind a tree right near the window, grinning wide and staring at her, my one visible eye stretched wide open, showing all the white. She barely stifled a scream, seeing her own child standing there, just staring and smiling. Not only did the figure not move nor blink, it was standing by one of the nearest pines, far from where the rocks were shooting up out of the bush, as they continued to do so in a loud downpour. My face, unceasingly, continued to press out at her, smiling. Thinking this was all some kind of sick prank, hence the later text, my mother shouted my name at the top of her lungs, frightened to the core. However, instead of responding, the mouth of the thing, behind the tree, just started moving, as if it were mouthing silent words really, really fast. And suddenly, it turned its head to the side and seemed to be talking to someone else behind the tree, my mum said, who couldn't be seen. But she could see something, a formless, black shape hanging against the other side of the tree. The child that looked like me kept on staring at my mother and doing the silent speed talking thing, then turning and whispering to that thing. And then they would turn back and start up again. Breaking the monotonous spell, it suddenly pointed straight at my mother and started laughing. My mother screamed and fled to my bedroom on the second story, the only room with a working lock, where she shut herself in and sat at the far end of the bed as the rocks began to pitter-patter against the window downstairs, dry heaving and weeping in fear. In my room, my mother said that she did not feel safe. There was an awful smell and a weird humming noise in the walls, as she described. She tried to pray for a time before giving up and just listening to the rocks pelting against the walls and windows. Somewhere in the kitchen, she caught the distinct, vibrant sound of a window actually smashing, and the weird, continuous humming. Listening more carefully, she could identify it as the softest hint of a mumbling voice. In absolute horror, she recognized the voice, and then, virtually too afraid to look, she tilted her head up to the closet door, where an awful, white face could be seen staring right at her, mouth contorting and gaping in what sounded like highly sped up whispering. That closet door was only a meter from my mother. It started to open, slowly. In an unimaginable explosion of terror, she immediately bolted to the door, only to fumble with the lock as bigger and bigger rocks came crashing through the window, which burst apart in a spray of glass shards, before finally she got out, running out of the house, completely keeping her eyes off the woods. She got into her car and drove off. She said that as she glanced back, right at the end of the prolonged drive, she saw two unmistakable human forms standing at my broken bedroom window, watching as her car got further and further away from our house. This would be their final farewell, as my mother never stepped foot in that place again. As my mother told me this story, she broke down into tears. I didn't doubt her, and I still don't. I honestly and fully believe that she experienced what she says she did. It was also quite clear that we were done living in that house, for once and for all. I only went back once, with my dad, who I see very rarely now. He came from another state to help us move. Mum had already found a place in town and moved in. My dad and I just loaded up his truck, with all that was left inside there. It was a silent, sunny morning when we removed all the stuff and emptied the place. I wish I could say that there was some closure, some final spooking to cap it all off, but there wasn't. It was just a relief to be out of there. There are, however, only two things left worth mentioning. Number one, when we checked the house for any signs of intruders, we found that several windows, including one in my bedroom and in the kitchen, had been smashed and rocks were lying on the floor. Number two, Dad went out into the trees for a bit to take a leak. When he came back, he asked how long we'd had the swing set for. Needless to say, we'd never had a swing set, so I was fairly unsettled to discover that in the week since we'd been gone, someone had assembled a rope swing set from one of the highest branches of the old pine over the ridge, against which was the fallen log that I'd stopped climbing many years ago. It was obviously new rope and a nicely polished, sanded down wooden seat at the base. Dad, wanting to keep my mind from recent events, he doubted the affair and thought my mother was mentally unstable, said that a neighbour probably set it up, not realising that it was on our property. Of course, he knew as well as I did that we had literally no neighbours, not for at least a mile in any direction. There were no houses in all that space, and never, not once in all my time living there, did I ever see any other signs of human habitation. But I let it all go, and was pleased enough just to say good riddance to that horrible place as we drove off for good. For the most part, I found it best to try and forget what happened at that awful place. Sometimes, I just can't help but ponder it though. It's been long enough now that I no longer feel scared talking about it. But for a long time, I couldn't. My grandma just recently sold the house to a new family, that being a young couple and their little son, shortly after we moved out, despite my mother's desperate insistence that it be left empty. Now she refuses to talk about what happened altogether. I'm less anxious about it, although sometimes I can't help but let my imagination get the better of me. All I can do is think of that old house, that fallen down tree, the new occupants, and the swing out back, gently spinning in the breeze as that little boy toddles obliviously towards it. It's all over. Everything I had, everything that I was going to be, it's all gone. And I don't know how I can move forward. My wife, my sweet baby girl, my home. And it's because I found that boy. I wish I never had. I've visited the woods often before. I would head off to clear my head after a long week of work on our farm. It was just one of those rare places around these parts that was untouched by buildings, signs, all human fingerprints. And it's only gotten worse since then. But as I was wandering, admiring a small colony of mushrooms at the time, I spotted some movement in the brush, maybe 30 feet off. Hoping for a glance at local wildlife, I stayed low and I stayed quiet, and I crept toward the perimeter of the bush. Dividing myself from the stillness beyond was a bramble of sharp thorns, bearing what looked to be wild blackberries. I picked one or two while listening and waiting. Another rustling, this time accompanied by what sounded like a sharp intake of breath. My brow furrowed. Is somebody out there? No response. Some birds were stirred from their nests and scattered into the air. I stood up, peering through the foliage, unable to spot anything of note. And so I carried on, making my way deeper into the woods. There was no established path there, just an approximate direction I had grown to know and enjoy. My marker to turn back was a large, thick oak that stood at the edge of a river. And on the other side of that river was a few acres of land that was caught in a bidding war between a couple of acquaintances of mine. Beautiful land, with so much possibility. But for one reason or another, no one had a claim on it. If I could afford it, I'd take a piece. But I didn't cross the river to venture there myself. As I finished making my way around a new route to this usual spot, that's when I saw him. He was caked with mud and dirt, with deep scratches on one of his legs. He had to have barely been 5 years old, around my daughter's age. I immediately broke into a sprint towards the poor child, so young and exposed to elements as he was. He was huddled up against the large oak, picking thorns from his injured leg with shaky hands. I asked him his name, how long he'd been out here, where his parents were, but he didn't respond, aside from some whimpering. I calmed myself, wanting to put on a brave face for the boy. Did you get these cunts following me? I produced one of the blackberries. After a moment of hesitation, he took the berry from me. Well, I'm here now, and I'll get you cleaned up and back to your parents. Does that sound good? He nodded, wiping tears from those deep, green eyes. I took out some rubbing alcohol and gauze from the first aid pocket of my bag. I did warn him that the alcohol could sting, but the child didn't wince in the slightest as I cleaned up his leg. I assumed he was just unusually tough. I dressed the leg and then asked him if I could lift him up. Once again, he nodded, and we stood by the river. Now, where are your parents? I asked him, and he pointed over my shoulder, across the river. I stood, taking that in for a moment. He must have wandered incredibly far from home if that was the case. It was about a 45-minute trek for an adult to get to the nearest home across that unowned land. Unless there were some squatters living somewhere, or perhaps the child was abandoned here. The dreadful possibilities crossing my mind, I gave a smile to the boy, agreed to follow his lead, and began wading across the shallow river. Trying to coax words from the boy, I began calling out, "Mummy" and "Daddy," to the expanse of land. He did not join in, only pointing whenever he felt I'd strayed from the path. I was exhausted from my hike already, but I decided to try for a little bit longer before simply bringing him to my home and attempting to get in contact with the parents the next day. The sun was beginning to redden as it set. Eventually, we reached a point where he was pointing directly into a very thick area of wood, shading from the light and making movement quite difficult. I continually offered another route from this difficult terrain, but he shook his head, steadfast. For a moment it crossed my mind that I was being lured into some sort of sick trap, the child being a lure so that the parents can wreak whatever violence they want on the sucker. But I shook those thoughts away once more. I assumed this was the path he took, and he'd be lost if he went another way. The small child would be able to navigate this area much easier than I could. So, I took a deep breath, and I continued pushing through the branches and weeds. I could surmise the path the boy would have taken, following the area of least resistance, sticking close to the ground and shielding his frail figure from the lashing branches. I don't do well with tight spaces, so my heart began to beat faster and faster as I felt my movement becoming more restricted. Every couple of steps, my foot would get caught in a hole in the ground or wrapped in some plants. But the brush wasn't very big. I'd be in clear air soon. If there was nothing to be seen in clear air, I was heading back home. This was enough. But I realized my steps were taking me down an incline much deeper than I expected, and the foliage above was blocking far too tight. My eyes had to adjust quickly to the darkness I found myself surrounded by. And where was the sound of the woods, the crickets, the trickling river, the birds? Instead, I almost thought I could hear music from farther below. The boy wriggled in my arms and began to run ahead. I protested, but he continued on, finally vocalizing. I wish he hadn't. I wish he didn't speak. He made a small, rubbing, clicking noise as he went. It was a disturbing sound, like the chirping of a bird, and it made me feel sick to my stomach. Then a deeper, more complex chirping responded. A woman, looking quite similar to the boy, and her hair, knotted with twigs and filth, crawled into view from the brush and took him in her arms. Her eyes were too big, the same shade of green as the child, and her ears, nose, and extremities all seemed too sharp. My first impulse was to grab the boy from this thing, but he nuzzled into her, chittering and clicking, and I could hardly bring myself to move. And then, she shot her eyes to me. She shrunk away for a moment, chittered to the child who only giggled, and then locked eyes with mine. She began to croak out words, real English words, using that horrible noise.
I am so sorry.
Well, that was all I could take. I thrashed my surroundings, clawed at the dirt beneath me and began to climb up, out of this strange place, with all these awful creatures. Nature tore at my skin as I barreled blindly towards safety, not sure where safety was, but knowing that it was up, knowing that it was daylight. I stumbled into the clear air and fell onto my back. I breathed heavily, sobbing and coughing up dust and grime. But I was safe. I was home. Or so I thought. I opened my eyes. It was night. Had that much time really passed when I was down there? I pulled myself to my feet and left behind the brush, the river, and the boy. Much more time had passed than I thought. In those few moments, with the woman and her son, 70 years passed. My wife is long deceased. My daughter, recently so. Where my farm stood is now a small town. Everything I was or had is gone. And my name is a local oddity in this town, according to the first person I spoke to in this new world. Edwin Welch? Hilarious. The old folks? They say the fairies got him. It's not the most uncommon thing to find yourself at the receiving end of a horror story in a public gathering. After all, everybody has their ghosts, don't they? And it's only natural for them to want to share what haunts them with anyone who might listen. Makes one feel like they're not quite alone in this. Everybody has a little experience that they can't explain, or a faint memory that just doesn't make a lot of sense while still seeming very real. Most of the time, we brush it off as a hallucination. Maybe you just heard it wrong. Of course, a man in white clothing wasn't really standing in the middle of the stairwell you just passed. And of course, they are just bad dreams, nothing more. What else would they be? They certainly don't explain the marks all across your legs. But that's okay. You find a way to rationalize that as well. Every single time. At the end of the day, we all have stories of the unexplained, weird mishaps that just can't be understood. And we deem them just that. Stories. But what if you find yourself living through one of these stories? You experience the horrors they promise firsthand. Dread slithers in your bones, and the fear takes over you. Yet you keep telling yourself, this is not real. None of this is. Yet, if it isn't real, then what possible explanation do you hold for the terror you're feeling? Oh, what's that you say? You haven't faced fear like that? Ever? Well, allow me to change that for you. Come, don't be shy. Take a walk with me. Let me paint you a picture. Try to live through it, okay? Let's start by imagining ourselves in a quiet Indian village. It's not the shabbiest establishment, not by a long shot, but it's not the most advanced living either. What little development this place sees is a mere echo of what it should have seen. Somewhere along the system, the money meant for your little village drained into the pockets of this figure of authority or something like that. But that doesn't concern you. You still like it here. You've grown used to this place over time. You want change, but change is scary. You recall, do you want change? You think you do. But what would you even change about this place? The buildings? The education provided? Maybe some health facilities even? Or would you change the traditions? The way locals have lived for hundreds of years? Do you have what it takes to change that? And with it, everything the village stands for? You probably don't. But who knows? Maybe one day you might. That isn't important though. The important thing is that you've lived in this place for decades now. Yet this little slice of rural India keeps surprising you every once in a while. You know every mapped inch of it. Heck, you even know the unmapped parts, the arcane bits, the parts that get lost in the dark, the ones that nobody dares put into words. Although someone does it. It's human nature after all. If there's a story, it needs to be recorded. It needs to be printed deep inside everyone's memory to make sure it lives on through the ravages of time. Your village has a few local legends that nobody likes to talk about. The legends of dark, hidden places. These are the unmapped parts of your village. Over the years, it feels almost like talking about them has become a taboo. This doesn't stop the whispers from spreading. I mean, how could it? Whispers, much like water, flow through the smallest of cracks, and in the dark of the night, these whispers make their way to those who lend their ears to it. The adults talk amongst themselves, half believing these legends, purely because they grew up listening to them every day. Later they would tell these stories to their kids, trying to keep their kids alive should any of these terrifying horrors be true. But on a deeper level, keeping the stories of the village alive for future generations to come as well. You are no different than them. You, like everybody else, have heard these stories, and you've subconsciously learned to coexist with them. You take every suggested precaution without even realizing. You keep living your life here, and it is all very normal. That is, if you ignore the whispers, the damning, relentless whispers. They always find you. Maybe not immediately, but eventually, even if it takes a few years, they will come for you, just like they come for everyone else. Finally, one night, your worst fears come to life. You've had nightmares about this. You've been conditioned for this. And under the covers, your elders have rigorously taught you how to get out of this. If one unfortunate day, this actually happens, you know what to do here. At least you believe you do. You weren't doing anything peculiar when it began. It was a fine winter evening, and you were on your bicycle, coming home from work. Night had fallen early, as it tended to do in these cold months. Work was slow, and you were bored out of your wits. But you managed to survive another day, and now you're free to go to the comfort of your house. It wasn't even that late, but the darkness had only strengthened the whispers, and the whispers had compelled even the sanest of individuals to hide away in the safety of their homes, full of light, with their families that brought them joy. They preferred it this way, and tried with every breath to be miles away from whatever they thought lurked in the dread of the night. Nobody could confirm whether the stories were true or not, and nobody dared to be the one to fact-check it. You, sadly, didn't have the liberty of being locked inside your own place before sundown. So there you were, in the dark, putting up a brave face for whoever could see you, while hoping that nobody did. You'd been cycling for a while now, and fatigue was slowly taking over. You figured you could just get off the bike and push it back home. It wasn't that far away now. So, you start treading, humming a little to yourself, watching the path that laid ahead of you as the moonlight illuminated it, making your way across town. Suddenly, you reach a massive old tree, and having already been on the road for the past hour, you decide it might be okay to just sit down under it. With your back against the tree, you closed your eyes, when suddenly, you heard a slight rustle of the leaves above you. Your eyes shot open as the words of the villagers came swarming back to your ears. Don't sit under the trees at night. Spirits reside in their branches. They will take you away, never to be seen again, the voices say. You try to shake it off, telling yourself it's nothing more than a stupid superstition. Somehow, you still find yourself standing up, taking your bicycle and hightailing out of there towards home. You're trying not to think of their words, but they have obviously spooked you. You start muttering a prayer to the Lord. It's said this prayer wards off the evil spirits, and you are willing to take whatever aid you can get right now. A little while later, you come across an intersection, and in the middle of it stands a woman. A white saree drapes her entire body, and a veil covers every bit of her, except for the mouth. The unforeseen appearance of this lady makes you jump, and you breathe in deeply to bring yourself back to your senses. You look up, trying to comprehend what is standing in front of you. And then, all of a sudden, in one bright moment of flashbulb memory, you recall what your elders taught you. They warned you about a woman in white, standing in the middle of the road at a time of the night when no soul with any sense would dare step out. She would seem harmless, and for the most part she is. She seems to be calling out to you, but you barely understand anything she is saying. You were always instructed not to go out in the dark if you can help it. However, you were always taught not to run away should you meet this woman. Much like a lot of other things, running away is an invitation for her. You turn your back on her without greeting her, and she will take that as a signal to pursue you. That is never going to end well. Instead, if you are down on your luck so bad that you find this old lady, you go up to her and listen to her. Don't talk. Never talk. Just listen. Listen to what she has to say. More often than not, she will ask you to drop her off somewhere. Maybe at the bus stop, or maybe at the railway station. Wherever she wants to go, except without a single word, and don't say anything. Engaging in conversation is also an invitation. Just gesture at her to follow. If you're in a vehicle, she'll sit behind you. Otherwise, she'll just keep walking, right by your side. Against your better judgment, you do as you have been taught. You walk to her and listen as she begs you to take her to the old railway station. You know it's defunct now, and no one ever really visits there anymore. But you dare not point this out at the moment. So you just gesture at her, accepting her plea for help. Happily, she sits behind you, and you start walking, when you remember one other detail. Fire. That was the key to surviving this encounter. You don't smoke, but the seeds of fear sown by the rural legends in your childhood grew as plants, plants of paranoia deep inside you. This meant that no matter where you went, you took a pocket lighter with you. Little did you know it would ever come in handy. You pull the lighter out of your pocket and you turn it on with a sharp click. Everything in your vicinity is submerged in an orange hue, and you notice that you don't have a lot of juice left in your lighter. A little less than half its capacity. That's not good news. Fire keeps all these spirits at bay. It's the final line of defense. As soon as the fire goes out, all hope for safety flutters away. You are slightly confused as to where all the fluid went, because you don't smoke and you barely use the lighter. So what could have happened to it? It was not the time to debate about your imaginary use of the lighter, so you shake your head and you keep on moving. You tell yourself it's okay. You don't actually have to go to the old station. All you have to do is make it to your own home. Once you're there, you can just let the woman stay outside and she'll go away on her own. That's how it's always been. You just need to get home. Slowly pushing, you look at your source of light and realize that you should technically be safe. You hadn't broken any rules so far, and you definitely had more than enough fuel in your lighter to get you home. From your estimates, the lighter should run for at least 20 more minutes, and you were a bare 10-minute walk from security and comfort. You start feeling pretty good about your chances of survival. You've prepared for this after all. The woman, sitting behind you, keeps talking about one thing or the other. You try not to pay any attention to her words as you silently keep on repeating the prayer of the Lord. Although, something feels off. Maybe it's the fact that you can feel her eyes on you from under the veil. Or maybe it's the fact that, despite hearing a constant lively chatter from behind you, it still very much seems as if her mouth is not moving at all. You're scared. Confident, but scared. You want to turn around to see her once, just to make sure. You don't know what you want to make sure of, but you just do. Showing tremendous willpower, you manage not to turn around. You're not supposed to look at the old lady. Everyone is aware of that. So you simply do not turn back. Turning back equals surrender. And you don't want to surrender. So you keep going. After 5 or maybe 6 minutes, you reach another intersection. Your house is straight ahead, and the old railway station on your right. You keep going straight, while the woman protests from behind you. She's still not hostile, and soon quiets down on her own, falling back to her chittering about nothing in particular. And you just keep on moving silently. It's been a long time since you left for home, and a mixture of panic and fear is being reflected in the beads of sweat that sit heavy on your neck. On these little droplets, you keep feeling the woman's breath from time to time. It's icy, and it sends slight shivers down your body. But you have no choice here, except putting on a brave face and keeping on walking. After an elapsed period of time, you notice a change in the atmosphere. It's still dark, and the air is still chilly. But everything seems denser now. The air feels heavier, colder. It has gotten harder to tread through it, almost as if you're facing a slight resistance. But that's not all. The darkness differs now too. For starters, the moonlight has disappeared. The moon is still there, clear as day, but it isn't illuminating your surroundings or your path anymore. It's as if it has turned its back towards you, and the darkness is overpowering everything now. Whatever the case may be, you're unable to see anything around you, except for that tiny glow of your lighter. But this doesn't make sense, so you try to shake the feeling off, reminding yourself that your house isn't far away. The lighter is about to run out now, and you begin to feel like you're moving in a loop. You, scarcely optimistic, pushing your bicycle by its handles, with a lighter in one hand, and a strange woman in white sitting behind you on the carrier of your cycle, talking incessantly and breathing down your neck, sending chills down your spine. All of this is happening inside a small, safe bubble of orange illumination, and you are acutely aware that outside this bubble is nothing but darkness that has come to life. More time has passed, and you're still not home, even though you should have been. It scares you more than you already were, but you know you must not lose your cool. Don't talk to her. Don't turn back. Don't stop praying. You keep reminding yourself, but that doesn't help subdue the increasingly stronger waves of panic. You glance at your lighter, only to see that it's out of fuel. What's keeping the fire burning then? You ask yourself, knowing you have no possible explanation for it. Perhaps just a pebble of luck thrown in an ocean of misfortune, and you're drowning in it. Nonetheless, you're not complaining. In this hour, you'll take whatever aid you can get, no questions asked. Whatever is keeping you alive as you move towards your house with what appears to be a lady who isn't acting hostile yet, is bound to run out. And as soon as that happens, you'll learn if she really is hostile or not. You murmur, and you pray that you don't have to learn this tonight. The fire. The fire is the only thing keeping you alive. There is no definite proof the thing behind you isn't hostile. But then again, there's no proof that it is. You know you don't want to risk it, so you just keep moving. And finally, the darkness lifts and the moonlight returns, giving you a sight of where you are. As you look around, you see an old metal banner with something written on it. It's almost illegible, having been beaten down to its currently crumbling condition by years of wear and tear with no maintenance. At last, you're able to read the words with some effort, and reading them sends you into a shock. It's the old railway station. You can't figure out how you got here. The only place you shouldn't have gotten to. It makes no sense. But then again, nothing has been making sense ever since you got this lovely passenger on your back. Trembling slightly, you keep going, intending to stop only at the gate of the station now. A light breeze starts up, and you don't feel it. The tingling fear in your bones, numbing everything else. You eventually take a note of it, only to see the lighter's flame is getting restless. Dread starts settling in your very soul as you start to realize that your luck has run out. And just then, the lighter goes off. You stop moving immediately. Click. Nothing happens. You try again, more desperate. Click, click. Still nothing. The lighter remains unlit. You look around in a panic, unsure what to do. Click, click. A few sparks. Not enough for a fire, but they do give you some hope. Click, click, click. More sparks, more hope. Yet, the hope is as long-lived as the sparks. It appears and it flickers away. Not enough. Deep in your bones, you know that nothing is going to help you now. You grow increasingly desperate. Your lighter clicks, becoming more and more frantic. And then, you hear it. A low growl, coming from right behind you, accompanied by labored breathing. There's something about this growl you just heard. You know this growl isn't solitary. There is a toothy grin that you can feel without even turning back. And yet, you're sure the old lady is baring her teeth, and every strand of your existence screams at you to just run away from there. But your body is frozen in place. You know that this is the end of the line for you. In your last moments, you make a decision. If you die, right here, right now, you want to see what kills you. You want to be able to look your death in the eyes before succumbing to it. You start to turn around, to face whatever sits on your carrier, as the voices of everyone you have ever met in your village come to you. All of them are saying the same thing. Every single one of them tells you not to do it. Turning around goes against everything you've been taught. Years and years of teaching has imprinted on your brain the fact that no matter what, you are not supposed to turn around. However, you realize that this is the end. And at this point, turning around or not is the only thing left under your control. In a split second, you make the call and you turn around, lighter in hand, only to see the same innocent-looking old woman in a white sari with a veil covering her entire body except for her mouth. The next moment, you hear a slash, as if a blade tearing through something. You look down to find a deep cut running through your body. The next moment, you hear the sound of a bicycle falling. Following that is the fainter sound of your precious lighter crashing onto the dirt. Finally, you hear the heavy thud of an adult body hitting the ground. You look at the body laying at your feet, and it's you. But you are standing still, unable to understand what's happening. Looking up, you see the woman fading, her mouth turned in a smile that's difficult for you to place. It's not a happy smile, but it's also not a sad one. It's haunting, the smile. It's a smile that you know will keep coming back in your dreams. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, but she will smile at you again, and you know it. Your body is crumpled up on the ground. It's probably living the last dream of its existence. And then, as if nothing happened, your body rises up, The wound in its chest healed. Even the clothes are spotless. It picks up the bicycle, and then the lighter. It looks at you, and it smiles. It's the same smile as that of the woman. With that, the body is gone. It walks away with the bicycle, and you're left there, not really feeling much of anything anymore. No pain, no fear, just an emptiness. You stand there for an endless amount of time, waiting for something to happen. You keep waiting, but when nothing happens, you resolve to go away from this place. You walk up to the tree where you first sat down on this unfortunate night, and you sit there once again. As the sun rises, you start to fade, and as soon as the light of the sun leaves, there you are again, in the darkness. However, soon something happens, and it's not something you could have guessed in any possible manner. The legends of your village changed. The old lady from the intersection, she has faded from everybody's memory. Everybody's but yours. You remember her bright as day. You remember her taking your body and leaving you alone on the abandoned railway station on a cold, raven black night. The tales of the old lady are now replaced by those of a lone man. Nobody tells you about it. Nobody knows you're dead. How could they? Your body is still out there, while you're here, spending countless days and nights, hoping somebody is unlucky enough to have no choice but to stumble out at night. You don't want to hurt them. Not at all. You're gentle. You just want directions to the old railway station. I love a good ghost story. When I was younger, there were these series of books called Haunted Philippines and True Philippine Ghost Stories. Basically, they contain ghost stories and paranormal experiences from various people across the country. Some stories were in English, while the rest were in Tagalog. They were quick to read and they had numerous volumes. Sometimes they even had a section of ghost pictures near the end. You know the kind I'm talking about. Nonchalant landscape or family pics, with a blurry figure circled in red. Some of them actually looked a little bit convincing and downright creepy. I loved the series, though I should have enjoyed them while they lasted. As of last year, they seem to have been discontinued and they're difficult to find in bookstores now. To me, these books were just good entertainment. Growing up in the Philippines provided no shortage of ghost stories and mythical legends. It seemed like everyone had a story to tell, or knew someone who had one. I've had a handful of relatives in my family who have claimed to have encounters with a ghost, or a multo, as we called them in our native tongue. I never thought that I'd have my own stories to share, but that quickly changed very recently. My family and I, we had recently taken a trip back to the Philippines. It was long overdue, as I had not seen my relatives in my home country in several years. It was a bit strange to see all my younger cousins all grown up. It was a great experience just to see them all again and spend time with them. On our first week there, we were on our way back to my aunt's house after a long day of shopping, when suddenly the conversation in the car turned to supernatural occurrences. Our culture is very heavy on religion and tradition, and we can be very superstitious at times. There are numerous stories of mythical monsters in Philippine culture, and hearing about them from my parents and relatives only furthered my interest. They included the Tikbalang, which was basically a monster that frequented the forests in the mountains. It is described as a large, humanoid creature with the head and limbs of a horse. So, basically like BoJack Horseman. Then there was the Capri. It was more of a tale for kids. It's described as a tall, troll-like creature that resides in large trees, where it smokes a cigar, waiting to scare off children that are out too late at night. He's usually regarded as non-violent though. Another one is a Tianak, and they're the stuff of nightmares. In remote areas near forests, you'd hear the faint crying of a baby. If you followed these sounds deep into the woods, it could lead you to being perpetually lost. Or, if you were really unlucky, you'd find the source. You'd stumble upon what looks like a baby on the ground, but in actuality, it's a small, ghastly creature that will transform and eat you if you get too close to it. And then on the other hand, there's the Aswang, a shapeshifter that feeds on human flesh at night. A specific species of them, called a mananagal, which translates literally to remover, is a particularly terrifying one. By day, they are in the form of a regular woman, but by night, they feed. They root their legs to the ground as their top half detaches itself, sprouts bat-like wings, and takes flight. They mainly target pregnant women. They have long, vine-like tongues that slither down and eat the fetus as they hover right outside the window. I know, pretty crazy stuff, right? I've always regarded these tales with a healthy amount of salt and a full dose of fear. They were cool and unique, but I could quite happily live the rest of my life not encountering any of them if they were indeed real. Even when I moved to America, I was still wary of those regional creatures. Anyways, during our car ride, my cousins spoke of strange sightings and experiences they've had, all with varying degrees of believability and silliness. My dad relayed some tales from his younger years about how his group of friends would encounter this and that. He was always ever so dramatic with his storytelling. It was all in good fun, but throughout the whole conversation, my mum, she remained quiet. She was the hard, skeptic type, and would always dismiss those stories as silly folklore. However, at that moment, it looked like she had something to say. My curiosity took over, and I finally asked her if she had any ghostly encounters. She looked at me, and she nodded. Back during her college years, when she was studying to be a nurse, she lived on the campus of a very old school, not too far from the city I was born in. Living conditions were pretty rough, and 4 of them had to share a room half the size of a normal American college dorm. On top of that, the campus used to be an infirmary back during World War II. Hundreds of soldiers from both sides passed through and died within the walls of that hospital. Residents of the dorms, they would speak of strange noises in the night. Footsteps, faint echoes, and knocking. It was all heard in certain parts of the building. There were rumours that the place was also a temporary orphanage at one point in time, and that a handful of children had died there. They say you could hear children's laughter in the walls if you listened really closely. On more than one occasion, my mum and her roommates, they would wake up to faint shuffling noises in the room, like someone small was moving about. When they looked around, they wouldn't see anyone, so they dismissed it and they just went back to sleep. It wouldn't be until the following morning that they noticed what looked like footprints on the walls and on the ceiling. They were the size of a child's. One of her roommates, she moved out after that. One night, a close friend of my mum was heading back to her room after a late study session. She was wary of the supernatural, so she kept her head down and walked quickly through the halls. As she passed by one of the empty rooms, something caught her eye. That large room used to be a triage area when the place was still a hospital. The rusted old beds, they were left there abandoned, and the room was used for storage. She said she saw half a dozen men lying on the beds. They looked injured and bandaged, and they wore what looked like the uniform of an American soldier from World War II. She stood frozen in place as she felt the coldest chill she'd ever experienced in her life. And then, suddenly, one of the soldiers sat straight up and slowly turned towards her. That was enough to snap her back to her senses, and she took off running towards her room. When she got to her dorm and told her friends what she saw, the brave ones of the group headed to the room to investigate. When they got there, the beds were empty. Ever the skeptic, my mum didn't put much stock in those stories. That is, until one early morning, when she experienced something that challenged her stance and bothers her to this day. In the mornings before classes, my mum would always wake up extra early so she can get first dibs on the showers in the community bathrooms. It wasn't too hard, since a lot of the residents had convinced themselves that the place really was haunted, and as such, they were unwilling to venture out on their own that early. My mum mostly ignored those stories, and she always got to go to class early. That morning, she did her usual routine, and it went off without a hitch. As she was walking back to her room, she heard it. She said it sounded like whispers. She stopped and turned around. Down the hallway, a figure stood just at the edge of darkness. The lights weren't in the best condition in that wing, so it was dim. Still, my mum could discern that the figure was dressed like a nun. And that didn't make any sense, since there were no nuns on campus. The nearest church was several miles away. Staying completely calm, my mum turned and walked away. She quickened her pace, and her own footsteps echoed in the empty hall. She strained to hear any other noises, but she heard none. When she turned right to another hallway, she saw the nun from the corner of her eye. It was closer, and definitely following her. As she got closer to her dorm, she turned around once more, and the nun was at the end of the hall, just as far away from her as when she first saw it. The nun stood still, as if she'd been standing there the whole time. My mum quickly reached her door and struggled to unlock it. Daring one more look, she turned to her left, but the nun was gone. Relieved, she turned the lock, and as she did, she moved to pick up her stuff and felt an unnaturally cold chill. She slowly looked right, and it was right there. The nun, on the other end of the hall, except now, she was much closer and fully in the light. On instinct, my mum turned the knob and threw her door open. And that's when the child ran out. A small, kindergarten-aged child ran out of her dorm room, brushed past her leg, and ran towards the nun. The child was laughing innocently, as if playing a game of tag. My mum watched as the child ran past the nun and disappeared into another room. After a few moments, the nun turned and followed the child. My mum asked around after that experience and learned that the last time that there were children or nuns in the campus was way back when it was a temporary orphanage several years ago. They shut it down after a tragic fire killed a dozen children and a few nuns looking after them. She never experienced anything else out of the ordinary after that. After she told that story, we all sat stunned in our seats. Mum had been holding out on me. I was thrilled, but also terrified of what I'd just heard. You see, at the time, I had a passive interest in the paranormal. It wasn't anything serious and nowhere near obsession levels. I wasn't out to prove that the afterlife existed, nor was I determined to find out if ghosts and spirits were real to find some sort of meaning in this chaotic world. Did I believe in the supernatural? Not really, but I'd be open to the possibility. My interest in the subject was purely recreational, like someone who enjoys horror movies or knitting sweaters. In fact, while I like reading up on urban legends and I do enjoy hearing ghost stories, I'm also terrified by them. My imagination, fueled by stuff I've read and scary movies I've watched, it would always get the best of me when I'm alone in the dark. It was a sort of interesting paradox. Kinda like how at one point in my childhood, I was fascinated by snakes as animals, but I was deathly afraid of encountering one in the wild. To be honest, I was still a little bit jealous of my mum that she had such a cool story to tell. I wished at that moment I had my own story. Well, you know what they say about being careful what you wish for. Yeah. Later on in the trip, we visited my uncle who lived a few towns over. There, he lived with his family, where he ran a very lucrative farming business. On the way there, we passed a long bridge that went over a steep ravine with a river below. As our car rode along that bridge, I couldn't help but feeling a sense of deja vu. It made sense, since I had travelled over this bridge many times before when I visited my uncle and cousins. However, underneath that feeling was a sense of unadulterated fear and dread. As if something bad had happened here, and it somehow directly affected me. A distant memory, screaming to be remembered. As if on cue, my dad pointed out that this bridge was infamous to the surrounding towns and cities because of the White Lady. Now, like the Capri or Tikbalang, the White Lady is another one of these ghost stories told all around the country. She is perhaps the most well known, since different countries also have their own version. In America, she's usually called the Lady in White. In Spanish culture, she's a La Llorona. The basic idea remains the same. A ghostly looking woman, dressed in a long white dress and long dark hair, stands on the side of isolated roads, waiting to hitch a ride. The scenarios vary, but in the Philippines, if you stopped and gave her a ride, she would quietly enter your back seat. If you don't interact with her, she'll just leave you alone until she disappears from your car some distance later. If you see her on the road and keep driving, she will suddenly appear in your car and attack you. The moral is, it's better to give her a ride than not. When we arrived at my uncle's large house, I couldn't shake the feeling that the bridge had somehow directly affected me. After a delicious dinner and a round of video games with my cousin, I found my uncle out in the balcony having a drink. He offered me a beer, since I was finally old enough, and I took a seat next to him. "Hey, Uncle, do you remember anything about that bridge right outside of town?" He put his drink down and regarded me for a few moments. He cut straight to the chase. "You were really young when it happened. I suppose you don't remember it much." Now, I was fully intrigued. I had to know. What exactly happened? His warm smile faded, and he told his tale. As the story went on, the memories began to flood my mind. Memories that I had long since repressed as a defense mechanism. All the details came to me in excruciating clarity, as if it happened just yesterday. By the time he had finished the story, there was no denying it. I had encountered a ghost all those years ago. It was the mid-90s, and I was still living in the Philippines. I was a plucky 6-year-old that was all about adventure and exploring. Once or twice a week, I would spend the night at my uncle's farm, back then a small budding business. The town it was in was smaller then, and fairly remote. I loved that place because there was so many areas to explore, but only in the daytime. One particular night, I was over at his place, just watching TV. My uncle got a call of a new delivery of chicken feed that needed to be picked up. At the time, he only had a few farmhands, and they all had the night off. Usually, he wouldn't make a supply run this late at night, but he was behind schedule, and he needed to pick up the supplies or risk losing profit. As he headed out, he asked me if I wanted to tag along. Ever the restless child, I immediately agreed. My uncle had an old Toyota SUV that he used for all his delivery pickups. I sat in the second row, my usual spot, while my uncle slid into the driver's seat. Most of the voyage was uneventful. It was nearly 11 p.m. at night, so there was hardly any other vehicles on the road. Upon crossing the bridge the first time, nothing happened. During that time, the bridge was newly constructed, It was put up the year before after the original bridge was ravaged by the last typhoon. The city even put streetlights on the new bridge for better visibility. That was a huge deal, since none of the other surrounding roads had streetlights. We arrived at the next town, and I helped my uncle load up the supplies. Well, at least as much as a small 6-year-old can. On the way back home was when it happened. I was sitting in the back seat, absent-mindedly looking out the window, when I felt the car slow down. We were almost at the bridge, and I noticed that something wasn't right. I was too small to see over the seat and out the windshield, but I could tell that all the lights on the bridge were off. At this point, the car slowed to a crawl. "Hey, sport, why don't you lie down? Take a little nap," my uncle said from the front. Something in his voice didn't sound right. It sounded like he was scared and he was struggling to hide it. "No, that's okay. I'm not tired." "Please, just do it for me, okay?" He sounded stern but measured. My uncle was usually an easygoing guy, so when he got serious, you know you should pay attention. "Okay," I said, as I laid down on the seat sideways. I briefly saw my uncle's eyes in the rearview mirror, and they showed unmistakable fear. I felt the familiar bump that signaled we were on the bridge, and then the car stopped. "Close your eyes, okay? No matter what, keep them closed." "Okay." I started to get scared. I didn't know what was happening or why I had to close my eyes. Regardless, I shut them tight. And then, the strangest thing happened. My uncle started to sing. It was a traditional Filipino folk song, and I'd only heard it once before. About a year ago, my aunt and uncle got into a shouting match, as in a things were thrown across the room type of shouting match. I was at their house at the time, and my cousins and I stayed in their room, cowering and waiting for the storm to pass. An hour later, my uncle entered the room and apologized for the shouting. He then started singing that song to lull us to sleep. The melody was beautiful, and I'd never known my uncle could sing that well. He never did it again. At least, not until that moment, when we were in that dark bridge. The song sounded just as beautiful, but I could tell his voice was shaking. His car wasn't that big, but I was a small child, and there was a lot of room in that second row. I was lying down on the seat, perpendicular to the windows, trying and hoping for sleep to come. Instead, something else arrived. I heard the familiar mechanism of the headlights flashing. All of a sudden, I sensed that I was not alone in that second row. My spatial awareness of the car told me that there was someone or something sitting right next to me. We had gained another passenger. I shut my eyes even tighter as my uncle began to drive. The temperature inside the car, it became cold. I curled myself into a ball, seeking refuge from whatever it was that was now right next to me. I didn't know much about ghosts and supernatural creatures at that age, and though I couldn't see it, something told me that I was in the presence of something not of this world. My uncle finished the song and started over again. I was amazed that he was able to keep his composure. I refused to open my eyes. I could hear her, so uncomfortably close next to me. At first, I heard what sounded like clicking. As it increased in volume, it sounded like stalks of celery being twisted and broken. Crack, crack, crack. It was unnerving. Those sounds weren't normal. They were all around me. We finally crossed over the bridge, but it was still there. I was so scared, I could barely move. The car hit a bump, which caused me to slide to the side, closer to her. I felt damp cloth against my leg. My breaths, they became shallow, and I started to cry. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I opened my eyes, just for a split second. And in that split second, I saw her. A brief flash of white, with stringy, damp hair on her head, blacker than the night. She was turned away from me. I blinked the tears from my eyes. When I opened them again, the mass of black hair was now right in front of my face. I shut my eyes tight again. After what seemed like an eternity, the car hit a familiar curve on the road that signaled the entrance into our town. I felt that entity come even closer to me now. By this time, my uncle was silent. No more songs. The air became even colder right next to my face, and I shook. Not from the cold, but from terror. And then she spoke, right into my ear. It was a hushed whisper, lower than any whisper I've ever heard. I couldn't make out what she said. It didn't sound threatening or angry. It sounded sad. And then, she was gone. I immediately felt the difference. I could no longer feel another presence in the car, and the air, it went from cold to tropical humid again. I heard my uncle breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't open my eyes until we had reached the safety of the farm. My uncle, he had to carry me back inside and straight into my bed, and only then did I open my eyes. From what I could recall, we never spoke of that night to anyone, not even each other, ever again. Subsequent trips across the bridge at night never resulted in another white lady sighting. At least not for me. I'd find out later that in the early 80s, a woman was found dead at the bottom of that bridge. People said that she was travelling to the next town, and she was hoping to catch a ride with any passing vehicles. It was late at night, and she had no family nearby that could give her a ride. No one knows what really happened, but many suspected that it was murder. After my trip back to the Philippines, I couldn't stop thinking about that night at the bridge. How could I forget such an incredible and terrifying experience? I guess it doesn't matter since I remember it now. But there was something else I realized about that night. Something I hadn't remembered before. When I heard her whisper, I thought I only heard unintelligible garble. But that's not true. She did say something, She said, Maraming Salamat. Translated to English, that means, thank you very much. So, my wife, she gets night terrors. For those who don't know what a night terror truly entails, they are defined by most psychologists as episodes of screaming or intense fear while asleep that results in physical motions such as flailing. To that end, I suppose I could clarify that more accurately. My wife suffers from what is known as lucid dreaming. That is, she enacts her dreams in real time, in the present, living world, though she remains unconsciously asleep throughout. I still stick to the original term night terrors though, as some of these instances have been nothing short of terrifying. The first time, it took place when we were dating. It was simple enough. I awoke around 2 a.m. to my future wife, then girlfriend of about 1 year, upright in bed, staring at the ceiling. I groggily asked her what she is doing, only for her to answer, quite confidently and without hesitation, I am just watching the spiders. I lay there, shocked, while she promptly fell back into her pillow and resumed her sleep. Of course, there are no spiders, but this behaviour naturally unsettled me. I tried talking to her, but she was out like a light. The next day, I asked her about it, but she said that she did not remember the event at all, and must have been talking in her sleep. The next time it happened was a couple of months later. This time, I woke up to her shining her smartphone torch right in my face. My eyes snap awake and I blurt out, "What's going on?" To which she calmly replies, "Be still. The spider. It's on your face." Of course, again, there was no spider, and she went promptly back to sleep. This time, the situation left me a little shaken. Not only did she once again see something in her sleep that she has no memory of, but she was cognizant enough to grab her phone and open the torch app. It made me wonder what else she might be capable of doing in her sleep. I'd hate for her to accidentally hurt herself or someone else. In the morning, I sit her down and I ask her about it again. She then reluctantly informs me that she gets night terrors, which have in turn chased off at least 1 or 2 previous boyfriends, which is why she didn't mention it before. Hearing this, it actually made me feel better at the time, because it made sense and rationally explained the behaviour. I laughed the whole thing off and assured her that it's no big deal. Within 2 years, we were married. But then it got worse. On another night, we were sleeping in our bedroom. Our bed was in the corner against the wall, and we had a desk in the bedroom at the time, complete with a computer chair, as I was studying part-time. In my sleep, I must have sensed her movements, because I woke up facing my wife, who was staring, wide-eyed and intently over my shoulder at the rest of the room. Without turning around, I ask her what she is staring at. She quickly and firmly replies, "There's a man in the chair." Chills run down my spine. "What?" I whisper. She smiles. Her open but vacant eyes lock mine. "I was just looking at the man in the chair." And then, once again, she falls back into her pillow and falls back asleep. I tell you, the time it took me to turn around and look behind me at the office chair in the room was some of the longest seconds of my life. Of course, once I had fully turned around and adjusted my eyesight, the chair was empty. Several nights later, I woke to my wife standing at the foot of my bed, talking to herself. What was terrifying about this particular encounter is that she wasn't speaking any kind of actual language, at least none that I could understand. What she was talking would probably best be described as a series of clicks, similar to a South African dialect. She eventually came back to bed while I waited it out. At this point, I'd given up speaking back to her. When I asked her about that one in the morning, she claimed not only does she not speak any other language, but she couldn't even recreate the clicking sound she was making the night before, no matter how hard she tried. The night terrors, they continue to get worse. Though I never feel in danger, just confused, and oftentimes highly distressed at my wife's actions. Such as when she told me that she was looking for her grandmother when I found her standing at the glass door one night. I was concerned that she might have opened the door and walked out, so I checked to make sure it was locked. What really freaked me out about that one, though, was the fact that her grandmother had passed away years ago, before she and I even met. What upsets me as well is that every time it happens, I'm too groggy or half asleep myself to think to record it. It's almost like the thought never occurs to me until the next day, no matter how many times it happens. One of these nights, I'll remember to do it, so I can share it with people just how crazy it can get. So I can re-examine some of the more disturbing night terrors in the light of day to better understand them. More importantly though, maybe one of these nights, when I remember to record, I can finally explain the more unexplainable aspects of the night terrors. Such as when my wife claims to see someone in the office chair, why the office chair was on the opposite side of the room the next morning, or why the glass door I double-checked was ajar the next day. Come to think of it, when cleaning the bedroom, I do find the occasional spider web on our bedpost. I had managed to keep a healthy skepticism of ghosts, ghouls, and all things supernatural until I was 28. I found most claims of such things to be dubious at best and outright harmful at worst. I was very much in the camp of classical sciences, as I'd studied physics at Edinburgh. While my profession has never taken me back into the scientific arena, I had until this time maintained a ruthless opposition to pseudoscience and superstition. My friends often wonder about the change they saw in me at that time. What surprised them was that it wasn't a slow, steady change of heart, but rather a complete turnaround overnight, a transformation, if you will. It may have appeared as if it occurred so very quickly, but in fact, it happened over a slightly longer timescale. 2 weeks to be precise. It was February. In fact, it was the week of Valentine's Day. Around this time, I was going through a socially isolated phase. It's something which often happens in the bleak Scottish winters, where I become increasingly wrapped up in my own loneliness and passing bitterness at those who fit in. It was, and still is, a neurotic hangover from my teenage years, one which has plagued me for far too long. 2 weeks earlier, I had found myself wandering through the cobbled streets of Edinburgh to clear my head. Walking, as amusing as it may seem, has always been a great comfort for me. You are, in every sense, alone with your thoughts. But that part of you which craves the company of others is slightly appeased by being in the world, even if you're only in it long enough to share a glance with a passing stranger. This is a very old city, and it has, remarkably, kept much of its former self. The cobbled streets meander down the steep side of what was once a volcano, breaking off sporadically into narrow lanes which occasionally open up into secluded courtyards. These numerous courtyards, they're often flanked on all sides by tall terraced houses, huddled together as if whispering of a secret long forgotten past. The impressiveness of Edinburgh as a city, it's often lost on those who have lived there long enough to find beauty commonplace. As often happens when gripped by depression, I had not been sleeping well. I had finished work the previous evening around 5 p.m, and while I managed to get a few hours sleep, my mind just wouldn't let me relax. Come 6 in the morning, even though it was a Sunday and I could, for once, have a long lie-in, I conceded defeat in my attempts to get a proper rest, and I got up to greet the world, however reluctantly. By the time I had set out, it was still early morning, and the cold January air stung my face. Although Edinburgh is, for want of a better expression, a tourist city, at that time, it still seemed relatively deserted, even for a Sunday. A slight mist had risen out of the water of Leith, making it feel all the more colder as I passed through the narrow lanes and down empty pavements, entirely oblivious to where I was going. As the shops opened, and the first trickle of tourists bled out onto the cobbled walkways from their hotels, I deliberately headed for a quieter, often forgotten network of streets. My wandering mind had indeed taken over, for as I broke through the haze of my daydream, I found myself standing at the gates of an old graveyard. I had been thinking of turning back and heading home, but something about this place, it awoke a compulsion in me. I had to explore it. I found it curious that the gates, constructed of old blackened steel rods, were lying unlocked as early in the day as this. Entering the cemetery, I immediately noticed the overall isolation of the place, enjoying the sound of gravel under my feet, which pierced the silence as I slowly moved along a path littered with small white stones. It was not a large graveyard. It seemed to consist of 2 separate plots, with the older graves at the front, bordering the fence and gate, filing backwards up onto a diminutive nearby hill where the more recently deceased residents lay. The oldest graves bore the weathered scars of age. I found one which was dated 1776, but the epitaph was illegible. I felt a sadness staring at the headstone, wondering about who it belonged to, and indulgently contemplating about myself as a forgotten or lost soul. Eventually, I moved off, wandering up the hill toward the newer graves. I found myself drawn to a large, old sycamore tree, which loomed over several graves below it, with an almost protective demeanour. I stared at one of the headstones, reading the words but not registering them, as my mind was engulfed in yet another daydream. The grave stood out somewhat from those around it. The headstone was white in colour, while those which accompanied it were forged out of a deep, black marble. Without thinking, I ran my hand over the smooth stone, feeling the occasional mark of the elements upon it. At the foot of the headstone lay a small, innocuous vase. It was made of a brownish metal, copper I assumed, as the surface exhibited small veins which were blue in colour due to its exposure to the weather. As I stood there, something rose up out of my mind, something which bothered me greatly. At first I did not know what it was, experiencing it merely as a low, growing sense of discomfort. As this feeling of unease reached a crescendo, I suddenly realised what was wrong. The name on the grave was Lisa Main. I knew that name well. Everyone in the local area did. I'd known her when I was growing up, as we went to the same school together. She was someone that I watched from afar, full of life and exuberance, while I was shy, reclusive and reserved. I possessed that intense infatuation and desire for her, which only a first love can produce. The words on her headstone came into sharp focus. Age 15. I was overcome with a tremendous sense of grief and loss, one which took me entirely by surprise, so much so that I had to leave that place. I just couldn't bear it. As someone who prides himself on being level-headed and immune to flights of fancy, I could not shake the profound unease which often comes with outrageous coincidence. I exited the graveyard as quickly as possible, and I headed home, ignoring the now cluttered streets. I did not look back. Over the following few days, I was preoccupied. I was overworked, and I was having trouble sleeping. But that was not unusual for me. What was unusual were the immovable thoughts and memories of Lisa Main. Thoughts which now stayed with me wherever I would go. I had been terribly affected by her death, as we were only 15 years old at the time. But that was over a decade ago, and I had not thought of her for many years. It was as if seeing that gravestone had awoken a sense of loss, a sense of pain, which I'd managed to bury so far deep inside of me that I'd persuaded even myself to forget it. A cacophony of memories now haunted me, beautiful and terrifying. At any one moment, I would be exhilarated by the thought of her smile, her hair, her kindness, and at the very next, engulfed by despair at the image of her lying under 6 feet of earth, cold and alone. Once full of life, and now a decaying husk which had long ago housed that beautiful soul. If I'd told anyone of how I felt, they would have called me overly emotional or sentimental, for the fact remained, I barely knew Lisa. Watching her for years across a classroom, I imagined myself talking with her, sharing those intoxicating moments which mean so much to a teenager. The first connection with someone you adore, the first feeling of being loved, the first kiss. I had, in fact, hardly ever spoken to her until only a few weeks before she died. In one of those embarrassing maneuvers which teachers often pull, the pupils were all forcefully partnered with someone to take our first social dance. Social dancing was a torrid affair. For someone like Lisa, it was fun and to be enjoyed, while for me, it was something to be detested. I was embarrassed, possessing none of the talent to be a dancer, and even more so, afraid to spend time with a girl, held back by my own teenage awkwardness. It was the end of January, and Lisa quickly set me at ease in social dancing class, where we practiced. I cannot convey the simultaneous sense of joy and fear that I felt when she asked me to walk her home that day. Some people, they find social interactions to be exhausting, much like myself, always worried about saying the wrong thing. But some individuals, they can set others at ease with the smallest of efforts. Lisa, she was one of those people. As we walked across an elegantly Victorian bridge toward her house, the winter sun bathed our surroundings in a cool, comforting glow. I couldn't have been more content to be in the presence of this happy, kind-hearted girl. She was so beautiful, with an incredible smile and golden locks of hair, which seemed more at home in a fairy tale rather than with me. For weeks, we walked the same route home every day, talking, laughing, something I rarely did, and growing ever closer. When you're at that age, everything is so potent. Most can fall in and out of love in a heartbeat. I didn't have many friends, and I lived alone with my mother, who was not a particularly affectionate woman. So in that short time, I fell in love with Lisa Main. On the 13th of February, we stopped outside her house, and we stood talking for a moment, and then, for the first time, Lisa became distant. She stared straight at me in a way that she had never done before. I felt uneasy, yet exhilarated. There was a moment, a tiny moment, where we said nothing to one another. And then, she hugged me. Her fingers slid through my hair. I will never forget how sweet she smelled, how alive she felt, and how grateful I was to someone for showing me a kindness I had never previously known. Lisa slowly let go of me and then skipped up to her front door. Just before she disappeared, she turned and smiled at me one more time. And then she was gone. Immediately, I knew what I was going to do. For the first time in my life, I was full of purpose and focus, a desire to do just one thing. I ran as fast as I could to the local shops. I was lucky, as most of them were shutting up for the day. A kind old man who ran a rarely used card store allowed me into his shop, even though he was just closing. I was going to buy my very first Valentine's card. It had to be perfect. It had to be just right. After looking at almost every card I could afford, finally, I found one. It was fate. The card was red with a white circle in the middle, and in that circle was a boy and a girl, walking hand in hand into the distance together. I did not care what it said inside, because I have always had a way with the written word, and I knew that I could put something down which came from the heart. So I bought it. After leaving the card shop, I went straight into my local newsagent's. I'd kept aside my last £2. My mother gave me an allowance to buy my lunch at school every week, and I knew she would not give me more should I spend it. Despite it meaning that I would have to go without lunch for a few days, I bought a box of chocolates to accompany the card. I rushed home. I walked straight past my mother, who barely greeted me. I grabbed a pair of scissors from the kitchen and I went upstairs. I knew that I would get into an unbelievable amount of trouble for it, but I didn't care. I cut a slither of material from the red curtains hanging in my mother's room, and I tied the makeshift ribbon around the box of chocolates. In my mind, it now looked like a Valentine's gift. I wrote in the card, explaining how I felt about Lisa and how much those walks home had meant to me. I signed it, sealed the envelope, and slid it under the ribbon so it sat nicely with the chocolates. I waited for the next day, and it came all too slowly. The 14th of February. I will never forget the excitement of getting ready for school that day. I took one last look at the chocolates and card before slipping them into my bag. I think I made it a little too obvious that I was carrying something important and delicate, as I cradled the whole bag in my arms for most of the day. I was so enthused, so focused, that I was going to march straight up to Lisa and give her the gift without a care for what the others, some of whom could be very cruel, would think. But she was not there. She wasn't in the playgrounds. She wasn't in her classes. For the subjects that we shared, I just sat and I stared at her empty desk and chair. School finished, and I found myself walking the same route that Lisa and I normally would. I stood outside her house, holding the chocolates. I can't describe the feeling I experienced there. Call it the effects of a lack of food, or the exhaustion of having been so primed for this day. But anxiety took me, and as a result, I couldn't bring myself to knock on her door. I went home, dejected. I couldn't so much as eat a bite of the undercooked ham that my mother threw down in front of me. So, I simply went upstairs and I crawled into bed, barely sleeping all night. For the next 2 days, I walked that same route, and I found myself holding on to those chocolates, not daring to cross the threshold of the little white fence in front of Lisa's house. On the 3rd day, I asked our teachers about Lisa's absence, something which just had not occurred to me to do. I associated any authority with being cold, distant, and unfair, and as a result, normally avoided contact with my teachers at any cost. Mr. Randall, our history teacher, told me that Lisa had come down with a very bad fever and was very ill. She could be off for weeks. With this news, I was resolute. I was going to knock on her door, and knock on her door was just what I did. I knocked, and knocked, and knocked but no one answered. The next day, I did the same, and again, no one answered. It had now been 5 days since I had last seen Lisa. It was a Saturday, and once again, I went over to Lisa's house, chocolates and card in hand. As I approached her house, the sky clouded over, casting a dull hue over Lisa's seemingly deserted street. It was clear to see that Lisa's father was not a gardener. The garden path split an overgrown and patchy lawn in two, with clambering weeds stretching up towards the sun through numerous cracks in the concrete slabs. I stopped to look around, and I focused my gaze on what seemed to be a smallish gnome figurine smothered in the undergrowth. It had sadly been broken. Many suggest that when something is wrong, a person knows. They may not be aware of precisely what has happened, but they can almost feel a palpable sense of dread in the air. I looked around and continued towards the front door. Something was different. I was sure that the house had seemed as deserted as it had on the previous days I had visited. And while the house was, for all intents and purposes, exactly the same as before, there was one change. The front door was open. I was convinced that it had definitely been shut when I'd arrived, but I dismissed this as simply the byproduct of my fascination with the condition of Lisa's garden. You see, I can't quite explain it, but there was something suffocating about that house on that quiet street. I reached the door and grasped the door knocker, clapping 3 times. No answer. I repeated my knocks, more forcefully this time, but still, no one came. The door was only slightly ajar, and as such, I couldn't really see much of the interior. All I could tell was that the house was dark, and that the air escaping through the doorway was musty, as if nothing had stirred inside for days. I started to feel nervous. I didn't really know why. Clearing my throat and stammering slightly, I asked, "Hello?" several times, without answer. The street was empty, and the whole place felt devoid of life. And then, a thought began to ruminate and gather momentum within me. What if Lisa and her father were hurt? I began to play out all of the possibilities in my mind. The two of them, lying somewhere in the house, injured without food or water for days. Then I remembered that my history teacher said that Lisa was ill. He must have spoken to someone to know this. This was probably Lisa's father. I hoped that she was not so sick that her father had taken her to the hospital. Despite the logic of my thoughts, I still could not dismiss the horrible feeling that something was indeed wrong. Fear began to grip me, yet I closed my eyes, only for a moment, and I found the memory of Lisa's embrace, and it provided all the solace I needed to overcome it. I held on tightly to the card and the chocolates as I pushed the door fully open. It moved silently, but I was sure the noise of it hitting a doorstop on the floor would alert anyone to my presence, as the bang echoed throughout the house. But still, no one came. The house was bathed in darkness. I took one last look around me, and I crossed the threshold. While Lisa did not come from an affluent family, the house had an upstairs and must have had at least 4 bedrooms with an attic. Perhaps the fact that Lisa was an only child made the house seem all the larger or emptier. But as I slowly made my way down the hallway, I felt as if each footstep echoed through distant passages and rooms. Beginning with the living room on the ground floor, I moved from room to room, occasionally asking if anyone could hear me. But I quickly became aware that I was only talking to myself. The air was stiflingly hot, and running my hand across a radiator, I realized that the boiler must have been on for some time. As I moved into the kitchen, at the rear of the house, I heard something. It was almost a rhythmic, dull thudding. I couldn't identify what it was, but I knew that it was coming from somewhere upstairs. I left the kitchen, which I was glad to do as it was filled with the smell of rotting food, and walked to the foot of the stairs. The staircase was very narrow and ran along the inside of a wall. At the top of the stairs was a landing, which curved round to the left and led onto the other rooms. The dull thudding was now more pronounced as I slowly climbed the stairs. The same fear which had gripped me at the door returned. The realization of wandering into someone's house uninvited came to the fore. Stopping for a moment, I closed my eyes and I thought of Lisa again, and I continued on. As I reached the top of the stairs, the thudding noise stopped. I shudder now, even just thinking of it. There were 3 doors leading to the other bedrooms, and one leading to a bathroom, which I could already see was empty. The door to the first bedroom lay open. I peered in, slowly, almost expecting to find someone there. There was no one. It was Lisa's father's room. Neat, organised, with almost no objects of any note. The only curiosity was that the curtains were not drawn. The door to the second room was closed. Again, I was overcome with a sense of intrusion. I was walking around inside someone's house without invitation. In effect, I was a trespasser. I knocked on the door quietly. Waiting for a moment, I realized that the room must be empty and turned the brass handle on the door. It slowly opened. As I pushed the door, it creaked and then suddenly stopped after only a few inches of movement. Something was behind the door. I pulled it towards me and then pushed back again, but with no luck. With each attempt, the wooden door bashed off of something. I suddenly became aware of the noise I was making as each attempt echoed throughout the house. It was not dissimilar to the thudding I had heard before. I tried one more time, pushing against the obstacle as hard as I could. No luck. I was about to give up and move on to the next door when I saw what was blocking my entrance. I will never forget the cold, glassy stare of the face which seemed to be peeking out from behind the bottom of the door. The skin, a pallid grey, a few retreating locks of hair covering an otherwise balding head, globules of sweat congealed under. Most of its features were obscured by the door but the only visible eye still stared, clouded and covered in shadow. I didn't scream, because I quickly realized that not only was this the face of Lisa's father, but that he was very much dead. I felt numb, but looking back, I realize I handled the situation much more calmly than many of my age would have. But then, I did have a strange fascination for such things, reading many accounts of quite horrific death scenes. I stared for a moment, composed myself, and then instantly turned to the thoughts of Lisa and where she could be. Was she in the same room? Was she in the attic? All I could hope for was that she was okay. Something then happened, an event which I have to this day repressed, ignored, and avoided as much as I possibly could. Something which shook me to the core. Something which I have never told a soul. The face staring up at me through that gloom-filled gap in the doorway moved. At first, it was only slight, and I disregarded it as the effects of shock. And then it moved again. Suddenly, the door began to shake violently, as if being punched and kicked by the body lying behind it. The head turned upwards as the cracking of rigor mortis from the neck struggled against each sharp and vicious movement. A putrid gurgling gasped out, enraged from deep within its bloated throat. I closed my eyes. I was sure that it was not real. The banging stopped, and the house fell once again into silence. I let out a sigh of relief and opened my eyes. What I saw, I can barely describe now. The face had moved upwards from behind the door to be level with mine. The door shook and rattled under the strain as its venomous attacker tried to claw and batter its way through. Finally, the face pushed and squeezed through the gap in the door, revealing its repulsively loathsome features in their entirety. Dead, swollen with clotted blood, gasping relentlessly for air, all the time staring straight at me through hate-filled eyes, with lips pulled back over teeth gritted together, grinding against one another in wretched hatred. I do not remember much of what took place after that. Perhaps I am glad to. I know I escaped, and I know that I ran home confused, crying and babbling like a madman. I also know one more thing. While the memory has been pushed so deep inside that I can barely recognize it, I know whatever was in that room slipped through the gap in that doorway, slipped through and grabbed me. How I escaped, I do not know. The truth was more horrifying than I could have possibly imagined. Lisa's father had lost his job a couple of weeks earlier, and as bills mounted, combined with the pressures of looking after his only child, he snapped. When the police entered the house, they found poor, sweet Lisa's body in the cellar. Her wrists were tied to a radiator. She'd been strangled to death. After killing his daughter, Lisa's father had then went upstairs and hanged himself in her room. After a few days of hanging there, the cord he used to choke the life from himself seemed to have snapped. The police found his body slumped behind the bedroom door. The door was open. As time eroded the memory, the explanation of these events altered greatly. Through my years of study at school and then university, I read of psychological pressures and how trauma could bring about vivid hallucinations. I had convinced myself that I'd found Lisa's father dead and that the shock had produced the rest of the experience. No matter how real it felt, the idea that a corpse, twisted by rage and hate, perhaps even by the love I felt for his daughter, could somehow come back to life and attack the living, well, it just did not fit with my scientific and atheistic understanding of the world. I dismissed the entire experience, but one thing had still managed to haunt me until I managed to hide it from myself. The police reported that Lisa had been tied up for a couple of days before she was killed. The date of her death was recorded as the 15th of February. She had been in that cellar, tied up, frightened yet alive, when I had come by to give her her Valentine's gift. People talk about hauntings and spirits, but the memory of that contorted face rising up through the doorway was nothing compared to the knowledge that had I went into her house that day, that maybe, just maybe, I could have saved her. Yes, I was a child, but I could have done something. I grew up, but I never felt that love again, that feeling of connection with another human being. I developed an unhealthy attachment to my own company, and I found myself more interested in burying my head in textbooks than perhaps meeting others or even falling in love. The friends that I did have were never that close to me, nor did they ever truly understand who I was. Seeing Lisa's grave had brought it all flooding back to me. Those stolen moments, that thing in her house, her death. The funny thing is that of all those memories, both traumatic and precious, the one thought which would not leave me was of the Valentine's gift I never gave. While I still hoped that the dead thing in Lisa's house was of my own imagination and that the world was still very much material, lacking in the spiritual, I still felt the need to rectify this. I had kept the card all those years. In many ways, it was both my most cherished and loathed possession. Cherished for the memories which it drew from within me, and loathed for the same reason. On the morning of the 14th, I walked through the cobbled streets of Edinburgh towards Lisa's resting place. On the way, I stopped at a little newsagent's and I picked up a box of chocolates. On my first visit, I had wandered there by accident, vaguely negotiating each street in a daze. But this time, I was focused and resolute. Sentiment is a curious thing, and it had encouraged me to keep not only the card, but also the ribbon I made for the chocolates. When I entered the graveyard, I gazed up towards that lonely hill where she lay. I felt hesitant, not because I did not want to leave the gifts by her graveside, but more so because I did not know the extent to which the feelings of remorse, sadness, and bitter nostalgia would overcome me again. Nevertheless, I took a moment, and then I made my way up, over the whitened path, up towards the hill, towards her. There I stood. The sun was still relatively low in the sky, and it cast long, contorted, and exaggerated shadows over everything. After standing there for what seemed like an age, I pulled out the ribbon, tied it carefully around the box, and then placed the chocolates and the card against the cold headstone. I don't know if I said anything. At the time, I probably didn't, as I was still convinced that she wasn't there to hear me. That once your loved ones pass away, they are gone forever. That death is the end. I do know that I cried though. I cried like I had not cried since I was a child. I fell to my knees and I buried my head in my hands. I was inconsolable. Those moments of utter sadness, utter despair at the cruelness of life and what it had done to the beautiful Lisa were the last I had as a true skeptic. For as I knelt, the wind blew gently through the graveyard, gently caressing those stone markers of loss and those who attended them. I had heard and read about people having a religious or spiritual experience, and whilst I cannot truly accept others' testimonies, I can say that what I felt at that moment was profound, an achingly beautiful feeling of companionship and love. I looked around. No one was there, but I felt that someone was. I tried to shake the feeling off, as my mind simply playing tricks on me. But no matter how much I tried to stick to that interpretation of events, I simply could not do it. That feeling shared a twin emotion. I had only once ever felt that way before, when Lisa hugged me, the last time I ever saw her. As the sensation washed over me, I realized that I had truly been searching for that same feeling again, but never found it, not until that moment. I stood up, wiped my eyes, and touched the gravestone as if to say goodbye. I walked to the graveyard entrance with a smile, something anyone who knows me will tell you is extremely unusual. And when I reached the gate, I glanced once more at that hill, which for me was no longer a sight of loneliness, but one of love and friendship. The second and last time that I can say that I have ever seen a ghost was at that moment. For standing up on the hill beside Lisa's grave was the blurry image of a young girl in a pink social dancing dress. I did not run to the grave because I knew I did not have to. She waved slowly at me, and then she disappeared behind her gravestone. I walked home. I felt full, joyful, and exuberant. It is almost impossible to describe that experience by the graveside. Perhaps completeness will do it for now, but even that cannot convey it. Friends wonder what happened to me around that time. The truth is that I found something I didn't know was missing. Some reading this may think that I found my faith, but it was not that. What I found that day was companionship and acceptance from the only person I'd ever truly loved. I knew from that day onwards that the world was a far more mysterious and wonderful place than I could ever have possibly imagined. I knew that I would never fear being alone, for when I go wandering through the streets and find myself on a quiet stretch of road. I smiled to myself, knowing that if I listen carefully, I can hear the footsteps of Lisa, that girl I loved so dearly when I was a child, walking with me wherever I go. I live in Thailand, but not as an English teacher or NGO worker or anything like that. I'm a local. I live here. So if you're expecting some ladyboy joke from the title, I'm sorry to disappoint you. But I feel like I should let you know about what I've encountered last weekend. I know people don't generally believe in supernatural things, but I believe this place is different. People come here to listen to extraordinary accounts because it's all true, right? So please, listen to my story. This knowledge might just save your life the next time you visit Thailand. I lurk on here because it entertains me to read about other parts of the world. I'm just an office worker, living in the capital city of Bangkok, wearing a tie, working on Excel, always being scolded by my American boss. But my home is in the rural countryside. Lots of green paddy fields and sugar palms off in the distance, with a backdrop of grey hills. It is the soothing side of my childhood. I was raised there by my parents who are rice farmers. I used to bring their buffaloes to graze in the fields, just so I could doze all day on its sturdy back. It is the place of my nostalgia. As an office worker, I try to visit my parents as often as I can, because they're old now, much too old for farm work. But still, they wouldn't lay their hands. Imagine if you're 60 and you have to hunch over the field under a scorching sun to plant the rice stalks all day from dawn till dusk. Anyway, I visit just so I can bring some joy to their hearts and hand them a little souvenir from the city. Usually it's a bit of money I can spare, after paying my rent of course. But when I'm running short, I would buy them some American sweets or cookies, ones that I'm sure they've never tasted before. Sorry for the diversion. Okay, back on topic. So, it is the past weekend that things become strange and, well, downright terrifying. I could barely believe it if it hadn't happened to myself. If my uncle or auntie from the village told me that they'd seen what I'd seen, I would just nod politely and secretly deride them for their superstition. But now that this happened to me, personally, well, I don't quite know what to believe. Last Saturday, I planned to visit my parents early in the morning, but my boss told me that he needs me to have his PowerPoint done by 3 p.m. Just perfect. It would take me 5 hours to travel from Bangkok to my hometown by train, and the last one leaves at 2 p.m. So I went into the office and worked like I never did before. I skipped lunch, and I churned out that PowerPoint and immediately rushed to the train station. I barely made it in time to board the last train. However, that means that I'm going to have to walk to my parents' house when it's dark. That makes me nervous. It is known that no one should walk around after dark in my village. Now, before you criticize me, I am not a superstitious man. I'm a city dweller, an office worker, and a man of science. I'm more scared of physical threats like being mugged or murdered, even if it's unlikely to happen in the lonely, quiet track to my parents' house. No, the nervousness, it comes from my upbringing. In my village, and many others in Thailand, we believe in folk tales and ghosts. Instead of a doctor, my parents would bring me to a shaman whenever I'm ill. When I was suffering from dengue fever at the 13th year of my life, the old crone had crouched over me with her teeth stained black from betel nuts, breathing over me with a sickly, sweet stench. She then declared that I was plagued by a malevolent ghost who would soon kill me if it wasn't appeased. My parents immediately cooked up a feast, and they brought the offerings to pray before the local banyan tree, lighting candles and asking monks to perform a prayer service. They said that cured me and was the reason I'm alive today. Of course, I don't believe them now. I know that dengue fever is caused by a virus transmitted by mosquitoes. But still, once you've been raised in that kind of belief, it's very hard to shake it off. All throughout that slow, trudging train journey, then the bus journey on the winding road through the darkening countryside, I couldn't find a comfortable seat. I kept on fidgeting, shifting around, and checking my phone over and over. I told my parents that I would arrive late, and they told me that it might be better if I moved my visit to the next weekend. I then told them that I'm already on the train, and they told me that it's better if I spend the night at the train station. I grunted, and I did not reply. I was determined to make the journey that very night. I wanted to surprise them. I wanted to prove the village was wrong. I was determined to visit them and prove that village belief was outdated, to make a difference with my superior beliefs from the city. Looking back, I realize now that I was just using those excuses to calm my fears. Because when I got off that bus around 8 p.m. and saw the track leading through the paddy fields towards my parents' house in the darkness, all my reasons became flimsy and fragile. We had streetlights only on the main road, but nothing on the minor trails. I felt a childhood fear tugging at my heart. Why did I not listen to my parents, I thought. Without thinking, I picked up my phone to call them again. But there was no signal, not even a single bar. Usually, I would at least get 3G, even when I'm out here. I blame the signal failure. We get plenty of those. Cicadas were chirping, and insects began to gather around me, so I couldn't just stand out here to be a sitting blood bank. So, gripping the talisman around my neck, I went off the dark trail that I would normally be so familiar of, that would remind me of home. It didn't feel that way now. That was when I realized that I've never wandered out here before in my life. The 1 kilometer walk to the house had never seemed so long before, and I felt like a little boy once more. The trail was between 2 paddy fields, each locked in a low level of water to help rice grow. And the first 100 meters was easy enough, because the street lamp was illuminated that way. But beyond that, I had to use the torchlight from my phone to light the path in front of me, just in case there were snakes or scorpions. A whistling wind blew across the farm, and I shivered at the sound. I crept along the narrow trail until I saw the shadow of 3 sugar palms on my right, near the halfway point. I sighed, and I made a little smile, beginning to feel foolish for being so afraid. Just as I was easing my grip on my talisman, the world was plunged into darkness. The street lamps were all extinguished. Power cuts were common in rural Thailand, but my heart froze. Holding my breath in my chest, there was only my phone torch left in front of me, and the moon and stars that offered too little light for my city-dwelling eyes. I looked around wildly, throwing my torchlight everywhere, and an old prayer chant came naturally to my lips. And then I remembered that there should only be 2 sugar palms, not 3. I shone my light and found 2 trees. I heard a plop, a dripping sound in the paddy field behind me, and I spun around. I saw 2 long stalks of legs. I looked up, slowly, to see a pale, naked, emaciated body, and arms as thin as chopsticks. I couldn't scream. My prayer stiffened on my lips, and I fell into the muddy paddy field, dropping my phone. This thing in front of me, it leaned down, long, spidery legs folding, and the face came into the beam of my phone's torchlight. Its eyes were pale, like the blind, wispy hair, and its horrible, horrible mouth had shrunken into a tiny round hole, smaller than my finger. It wheezed air through the hole in a shrill whistle, and it seemed to speak. When I couldn't reply, huddled in trembling silence, it whistled again, more shrilly, a tortured tone, and brought up 2 white hands as big as palm fronds. It made a Y gesture, putting hands together in a prayer that we Thai people are famous for. This sign, it meant greeting, thanking, or begging. I knew what it wanted. An old folklore was drilled deeper into me than the constructs of modern-day society. But I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even control my bladder or utter a prayer. Its expression changed, and the pale eyes grew bloodshot, and the whistling suddenly stopped. Out of the hole of its mouth, a long, red tongue rolled out and never seemed to end. Not until it was as long as my arm, and then even longer. Bile rose to my throat, and I wanted to vomit. But that physical bodily reaction woke me up from my paralysis, and finally, I screamed. I nodded furiously. I put my hands together to wide in return, and words came blurting out of my soul. I promised it a feast. I told it that it would never starve again. I swore that monks would bless its soul so it would suffer no longer. That tongue stopped extending and finally retracted. Its hollow eyes met me for just a moment and finally stood up on those spindly legs and swayed off into the blackness, the plopping, fading away, and finally was gone. I stayed where I was, soaked among the rice stalks. I didn't know how long I stayed there, but when the street lamps finally came back, I scrambled to my feet, grabbed my phone, and sprinted to my parents' home. According to myth, what I had just seen was a lost soul. It would roam the spirit lands, forever hungry, because its mouth was too small to eat anything. So, on Sunday, I immediately went to the temple to pray to alleviate its suffering, and bought noodles as offerings, placing them before the 2 sugar palm trees near my parents' home. The noodles should fit in its tiny mouth. I'm back in Bangkok now, and I begin to wonder what would have happened if I didn't know of the ghost or couldn't remember the village's teachings. It would have killed me. There's no doubt. It would have opened my guts to drain my blood and sucked out my intestines. So here's my warning to you, travelers coming to Thailand. I know you like to travel to rural parts of Thailand for an exotic, cultural experience. But please remember that these are obscure areas cut off from the wider world. Whenever you happen to meet a ghost, pray for it and give it offerings. Be more open-minded and don't wear your rationality as a token of pride. There are many things that you don't understand in this world. Things beyond the scope of cold hard science. Don't be arrogant. Listen to villagers and respect their ways. Because superstition, it might save your life, like it has saved mine. I've always had this weird knack for staying out of trouble. It's difficult to explain, but whether it be a feeling, a sense, a tingling, it's just always been there, for as long as I can remember. I wish I could say it always made sense, or that there was always an aha moment where I understood what just happened, or even that it was a little less terrifying when it does happen. But that's rarely the case. I just know that it always seems to work. I'd like to tell you about one of the less vague times it happened to me. Back in my early 20s, in the late 90s, I decided I needed a change. I left my childhood home and I moved in with my uncle on the other side of the state for a couple of months. Just enough time to get a job, find an apartment, and get myself situated for college. This was a big move for me. I'd spend a lot of time traveling, but I'd never lived more than 10 miles from where I was born. It was both exciting and scary. Scales tipped more towards exciting. We lived in a backwoods town that few people have ever heard of, even now. But it was close enough to a few major cities in Florida. When I told people where I lived, I would just say between Gainesville and St. Augustine, rather than go through the whole "you live where?" conversation. It's a rural area, not much more than red clay and a bunch of dried up old lakes well past their prime. When giving people directions to the house, we actually tell them, every turn you come to, just take the one with the hard road. The first intersection without a hard road, turn right. 2 blocks past that, on the left, and it's the only house on that side. I don't think I ever even learned the names of all those roads. I just aimed for all the hard roads. The house itself, it was pretty secluded. I don't think there was much neighbourhood behind the house, just woods. The property, it sat on an intersection of clay roads, with woods across the street to the front, and one side of the house. The other side was an empty lot, and then even more woods. I remember it was a pretty big yard, maybe half an acre or so, completely enclosed with a chain link fence. The house sat in the middle of the property. If you walked to the front edge of the yard inside the fence, you could see the neighbour's driveway a little farther up on the road on the other side. My uncle, he loved the place, not being able to see or hear anyone in any direction. Me? I thought it was creepy as hell. It was a small house, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. The living room had 2 exit doors, one to the front and one to the side. Each led out to a large porch. I know it's not a good thing, but I'm a smoker. Like a freight train kind of smoker. It's a family thing, an unhealthy curse handed down by each generation. It's like you weren't even considered an adult until you had sat on Grandma's porch and smoked with her. That's how you spent time with Grandma. You sat on the front porch, chain smoked, and talked about whatever needed talking about. I sure do miss that woman. I've never cared for smoking in the house, and my uncle was trying to quit. So we set up a little smoking table and a couple of chairs on his front porch. He was an early to rise and early to bed kind of guy, and I was just the opposite. I didn't go to bed until 2 or 3 each morning, and then I slept in until 10 or 11. The hours you keep working at a restaurant, I guess. So, I spent most of my evenings, after work, on that porch, usually reading a book or talking on the phone to friends back home. There wasn't much road traffic to speak of, even less after I came in from work. It was summer, and my cousin, my uncle's son from his first marriage, had come to spend a couple of weeks with his dad. We're a pretty tight-knit family, so the kid, aka little man, was more my little brother than a cousin. He was around 4 or 5 years old at the time. The house only had the 2 bedrooms, so we set up a pallet of blankets on the floor in the living room for him. I made a fort out of it every night before he went to sleep, stretching a sheet between the couch and coffee table over his head. There were big windows next to either of the doors going outside, and the blinds were old and kind of dog-chewed, so he liked to be covered up at night. I wasn't sure if it was so he couldn't see outside, or if he was worried something was outside seeing him. Either way, I could sympathise. On this particular night, I put into bed and retired to the front porch. I called a friend of mine back home and proceeded to talk the night away. Kinda weird, the things we did before cell phones. We actually talked to people. I miss it sometimes. It was a typically warm southern night, mid-80s temperature, not a breath of a breeze, and humid. Nights out there could really go either way. You either had a cacophony of frogs, crickets, catchers, and the occasional alligator, or worse, you couldn't hear yourself think over the silence. The chorus of nightlife was going strong that evening, which is actually pretty cool. If you've never heard it, each type of insect or critter sings together, matching the rest in volume and cadence, and then one crescendos, briefly shutting out the others before going back down to rejoin the chorus. Every so often, you'll hear a couple of competing solos getting louder and louder until one wears out. It's mostly background stuff, and you usually tune it out, but it's neat to stop and listen. Until it just stops. That was how it started. I'm talking on the phone, mostly listening, honestly. The critters are singing in the background, and I remember feeling just the briefest chill. Not enough to really notice at first. But then, everything went quiet. It didn't fade or lower in volume. It all just stopped. The chill settled in. My friend was still talking. I could hear his voice in my ear, but I was not listening anymore. I was staring into the wooded lot across the street. There wasn't anything to see over there, but I couldn't look away. I don't know if it was my uncle, a previous owner, or maybe the county, but there was a sodium vapor streetlight in front of my house, just outside of the chain link fence, a little to my right as I stared out there. It gave a decent amount of light to the front of the house, and it was really nice when you were bringing groceries in from your car after dark. But this night really underscored my issue with the light. The bulb itself, it was mounted directly to the pole, rather than extending away from it. An extension of some type would have provided more light in either direction, I think. The way the bulb housing hugged the pole itself, hard shadows ran behind the pole, across the street, complete darkness spreading in a 90-degree arc behind the light pole. I guess it's the juxtaposition of the light versus dark in that part of the yard, but the space behind the light pole was the darkest part of the night. And that's where I was looking. I tried to shake it off. Admittedly, I can get creeped out pretty easily. I've seen a lot of weird stuff, and I know I can scare myself without much help. So I tried to just ignore it and get back into the conversation. I opened my mouth to say something, to chime into whatever we were talking about with something witty, I'm sure.
Be quiet.
It's not exactly a voice, but sometimes it comes across as one. I knew there was no one actually talking to me, just my brain reacting to and dealing with something. So, I'm well aware it's my own head when I hear a voice like that, just to be clear. But when I do hear it, I listen. This is that thing I mentioned when I started. What always keeps me out of trouble. And it wasn't the first time I'd heard it. I could hear my friend going on through the phone, but it was distant. I could also hear something across the street. That was the summer of 1998, and it was a North Florida summer marked by drought and fires. The underbrush, it was dry and crisp. Something over there had just taken a step through it. I didn't really know what to do. I could feel my heart beating in my temples. It felt like something was looking at me, through me. It was uncomfortable, and more than a little invasive feeling. I didn't like it. I wanted to go inside.
Don't move.
Okay, we aren't moving. Check. Done. My friend was telling me about a new restaurant back home. How he and a few of our other friends had been and liked it a lot. We needed to go when I could visit again. And he stopped by to see my mum the other day and had a great time at the house.
It can hear him.
A dry twig cracked under its weight. I couldn't just hang up on him. If I did, he was going to call back. It struck me as a very bad thing to have the phone ring while I was out there. My hand was shaking, holding the phone to my head. Listen, I have to go," I whispered. He went to say something else, but I cut him off. "That thing is happening right now. I have to go. Something is out here. I'll call you later." "Be careful," he said, and hung up. He and I were close friends, had been for years, and he knew exactly what I meant. I clicked the phone off, and I put it on the table. It was one of those big, curved, cordless models with the stubby little antenna. I remember them being very popular back then. Worried he would call back, or I'd be killed because of some weird wrong number calling at 2 o'clock. I flipped the ringer to off. Another step sounded from across the street, and then another. It was walking faster now, and it was definitely closer than when I first heard it. I braced myself, ready to jump up from the chair and run inside the house.
Don't. It's watching.
So I didn't. I listened. I just listened. I can't even explain how much I wanted to just up and run right then. There was an exhale. I don't really know how to explain it. Not a snort or a grunt, but a hard exhale. And then a scrape. Another step.
Get inside.
I damn near turned the table over as I jumped up from the chair and ran from the door. It was only a few steps, but it seemed like I'd never make it. And it really didn't help that I could hear the thing across the street break into a run. Twigs and branches snapping and crunching. Something broke over there. I guess as it ran through a bush or a low-hanging branch. Now, it was out of the woods. There was a thumping as its feet hit the hard-baked clay road. Right as I made it inside the door and got it shut behind me, I heard the clang of the chain-link fence as something hit its top rail, surely vaulting over top and into our yard.
Lock the door.
I'd barely twisted the deadbolt in the door when the voice came again.
Turn off the light.
The single light in the living room was from a weirdly elaborate light fixture attached to the ceiling fan. I called it the Venus flytrap for the strange, flowery stained glass petals surrounding the bulbs, which always tinted the light to a pale green. I grabbed the pull cord and killed the light. Something hit the door from outside. It sounded like whatever had been running at me just headbutted the door. That was the picture in my head, at least. I don't know how I didn't make a noise. It scared me so bad. The blinds shook in the window beside the door, a dry rustling sound as they rubbed the wood in the frame.
Hide.
I thought about going in my room, which was the furthest point in the house from that door. But my cousin was sound asleep on the living room floor. I wasn't about to leave him out there by himself, but waking him up seemed like just as bad an idea. Another angry pounding against the door. The blinds shook again. I wondered how securely fastened they were to the top of the frame. What if they fell? What if they fell off the window and I ended up face to face with something outside, staring at me? All I could think was if that happened, the street light would be to its back, lighting up the house, and I wouldn't be able to see it with the light in my eyes. I don't know why I even thought about that, but it scared the hell out of me. I got down on the floor, and I climbed into the fort we'd made earlier, between the couch and the coffee table. It seemed as good a spot as any. Little man stirred a bit as I settled in next to him, but he didn't wake up. More banging on the porch. Sounded like the table was being dragged and pulled across the wood floor out there. Another bang. And under all of that, the best word to describe it: breathing. It was somewhere between a snort or a growl, something that was out of breath. A quick snarl, punctuated by more banging furniture. It slammed into the door again and growled. To say I was scared is a monstrous understatement. I didn't know what the hell to do. What if it stopped hitting the door and started hitting the window? The voice in my head was quiet though. As much as I could, I trusted that it would be saying something if there was anything that I should be doing. I laughed at myself for waiting on the voices in my head to tell me what to do. I probably didn't laugh right at that exact moment, but you get the idea. It jumped off the porch. I don't really know how to explain that sound, except that you could hear or feel its weight on the wood planks out there. And then, it was not there. Straining my ears to hear something, anything. All I could think was that it was gone. It was going to leave us alone. And then suddenly, slam. This one, from the door to the side of the living room. I didn't hear it over there before it hit the door. I think I might have yelped or something when it hit. Little man shook a little, but he was still sleeping. A couple more scrapes and bangs outside, and now it was panting. Again, I'm wondering about that window. It felt like luck that it hadn't hit the one on the front porch. Too much to hope for that it wouldn't find the one on the side porch. But it didn't. Maybe a minute or two later, or really, my perception of time was so screwed up, it could have been half a minute or half an hour. It was gone. I heard it jump down again. Its breathing faded. I braced myself for another bang, but all was quiet. I don't know how long I lay there, hugging little man to me, not really sure who was comforting / protecting who for that next little while. And I eventually fell asleep, waking up to the smells of breakfast and coffee. The previous night came back to me pretty quickly. I was happy to see everyone up and around. Both my uncle and little man were up, and I felt more than just a little silly climbing out from under the blanket fort. My uncle just grinned at me, said he'd slept in the living room with the little guy a few times himself. I went for the door, really needing that first smoke of the morning. Felt like I'd earned it. Little man, he stopped me on the way out, surprised me, just came up and hugged me. I had to kneel down to catch him, so he wasn't just hugging my knees. It was a good hug, deep and heartfelt. He pulled away from me, looked at me like I don't think a kid has ever looked at me. "I'm really glad you're okay," he said. "I had a bad dream that you were outside and you got eaten by the monster across the street." I think all my blood froze right then. I don't know if I wanted to laugh or cry. I told him that I was just fine. No monsters for me. They don't think I taste good. He laughed and he was done with it. He was back in the kitchen, helping his dad with breakfast. And me, I really needed to smoke. It was my last scare of the morning, but it was a good one. Not really sure what I was expecting, but the yard around the house was like a war zone. My smoking table was in pieces. Parts of it in front of the house, other parts on the side of the house, and one of the legs was out on the road. One of the chairs near disintegrated, and we never found the other one. We kept a big metal bucket full of sand on the side of the front porch, the butt bucket we called it. It was on its side in the far back corner of the yard. It weirded me out that the sand and collection of butts, previously inside said bucket, were nowhere near the house or the bucket, but in the front corner of the yard. No matter how many times I've thought this through, that part never really made much sense. How did that thing get the bucket to the backyard? Why were the contents of it dumped in the front yard? What the hell was it that it could have carried the bucket to the front to dump it? My uncle, he saw me checking out the yard, and he came out the front door to join me. I remember he whistled when he came out, surprised to see the yard. It's funny now, and I think I nervous laughed then. He asked if I was throwing parties after he went to bed every night. He cocked an eyebrow at me and rubbed at a fresh dent in the front door. Not quite. I wasn't sure what to do. Still, so I told him everything that happened the night before. To be honest, I really thought he was going to laugh at me, make fun of me for my overactive imagination, and I was never going to hear the end of it. But he didn't. Instead, he told me that He'd had a couple of weird things happen to him out here. Said it really bothered him coming home after dark, and that he hated not being able to see across the street because of that street light, and that he'd seen things on the edge of the fence, but mostly across the street. We went back inside, and he showed me where he kept 2 of his rifles and 1 of his handguns, well out of sight, but easy to reach in a hurry. We went back out and cleaned the mess left in the yard. He said that with the national forest on just about all sides of us, there were lots of animals we weren't used to out there. There were plenty of bobcats, coyotes, panthers, even bears. And God only knew what else. I agreed, taking some comfort in that. My overactive imagination paired with a real-life animal. Yeah, that was going to be scary. And I really wish he'd stopped there. I think it's something else though, he said. Whatever it is out here, it feels smarter than that. I think it knows us. I don't think I'll ever forget him saying that. I tried to get him to say more, but he wouldn't, and he wouldn't ever speak about it again. I was only there another couple of weeks. Thankfully, uneventful weeks. And when I left, I never went back to that house. Something about it after that night just didn't feel right. I wish I had more to tell you, or a better explanation for exactly what happened that night. But that's just how it happened. I've always been uneased by that old elevator. The worn down, poorly waxed wood walls, the dented metal door, getting stuck 3 times before finally closing. Not to mention, it sounded like any second the lines would snap and the death box would plummet down. But I worked on the top floor. No way in hell was I walking 7 flights. And to add to my unease, I had arrived late, meaning I was taking the ride up alone. I stepped in and punched the button to reach my floor. As the elevator began to rise, I began to feel a strange sense of alarm rising inside me. The lift had me more unnerved than regular. My train of thought was interrupted by a small ding. My nerves were suddenly replaced with confusion as I looked up to see that I was on the 8th floor. And as mentioned previously, this building only had 7 floors. My train of thought was once again broken, and my sense of confusion rising drastically as the rickety door opened to reveal an empty office. It was not like any office I'd seen before, especially not mine. To say it was strange would be the understatement of the century. The floor, it looked like one giant room. The walls were carpeted, and the floor was from the same looking wood as the elevator. The strangest part was the office supplies, the cubicles, or I guess, ovalcles? I'll let you take a shot in the dark at why I'm calling them that. Anyway, these ovalcles had been on the ceiling, along with the desk and whatever was on it, stuck to the ceiling. However, the chairs, and more stranger, The computers remained on the ground. The chairs themselves were nothing you'd expect to see at an office. Old wooden stools with a thin padding. The computers, however, seemed to be the most high quality money could buy. There was also a few paintings here and there. However, all of them looked like what I can only describe as blurry. All of which portraying rather boring things. One of them a fridge, a fork, another one a twig. I tried to close the doors, to no luck. And after about a minute of bottle mashing as though this was Mortal Kombat, I finally gave up and I went for my phone. I sighed to see neither Wi-Fi or a cell connection. I sat down in the elevator for a minute or two longer before slowly stepping inside this strange office. I was not happy about it, but it seemed to be my only option. As soon as I entirely entered the room, and I mean the very second, I heard the elevator ring. But when I turned around, instead of seeing a closed elevator door, I was met with a carpeted wall. I stumbled back, and I began to break into a cold sweat, slightly shaking. I didn't know what to do. I've dealt with some weird shit before, but never a vanishing, well, anything. This wasn't just anything though. This was what seemed to be the only exit out of this place. Slowly, I gathered my bearings, stood up, and began to walk forward. Occasionally, I would shout out for someone, to no response. And as I made my way forward, it felt like the room was changing, almost as if it was getting narrower. Yet, when I began to walk towards the walls to test this theory, I never even got any closer to the wall. As if I was walking in the one spot. An ominous sense of danger quickly began to loom over me. A sense of danger so strong, I felt the need to arm myself. I quickly grabbed one of the stools and smashed it against the floor, picking up one of the broken legs before sliding it under my belt. Then, I continued to move forward. As I walked, I began to hear a soft buzzing noise, almost like a whistle, coming from the phone. I checked mine, which, to my surprise and frustration, was completely dead, despite being at 90% before even stepping into the elevator. I tried to determine how long I'd been walking, but this place, it felt timeless, as if frozen in it. Even when I began counting to keep track of time, it felt like I was always off. And after what felt like hours, I spotted a door, not too far ahead, with an obscenely shiny silver handle. I made a break for it, pulling it open with enough force to nearly snap one of the hinges, and I ran into another strange room. I felt like I should have been angry, or scared, or something. But all I felt was a sudden rush of awareness. This room looked like the last, only this one was what I can only describe as inverted. The floor, now carpeted, and the walls now wooden. In this room, however, there was a rather large number of fans on the ceiling. One, I'd say, every 10 feet. Despite this, I didn't feel cold at all. Not even the slightest breeze. Once again, as soon as I was completely through, the door behind me closed and disappeared. I took this time to examine the now accessible ovalcles. Each desk was made out of metal, with wooden drawers underneath. Each wall had the exact same photo of a split water bottle pinned to them, and every desk had the same calendar, all marked down at January 7th, 1977. Once again, as I moved forward, the room began to warp, and this time appearing to grow before quickly shrinking back to its original, abnormal size. The room's sound of running ceiling fans was slowly replaced with what sounded like a low, deep groan. It sounded like a man gargling rocks, mixed with a wounded animal of some kind. Once hearing this, I quickly began to pick up my pace, not wanting to stick around and figure out what it was emitting that noise. Once I finally reached the end of this room, rather than a door, I was met with a hallway splitting off both left and right. I examined both sides. The left seemed to end at a dead end, while the right ended with a complete void of darkness. I chose to examine the left side, because fuck empty rooms completely devoid of light. As I studied the wall, I noticed a hole in it, one large enough to peer through. I did so, to see yet another strange room. From what I could see, this one was far different. A narrow, almost apartment-like hallway. The walls were lined with red doors. Each one seemed to be open just ajar. Figuring this was my safest option, I pulled the leg chair from my belt and prepared to swing. I cranked back as far as I could and swung with all my power. Instead of making contact with the wall, the chair leg phased completely through it. Due to the unexpected lack of connection, I stumbled forward, and I too phased through. I slowly opened the first few rooms. Each looked like completely normal apartments, aside from all the lamps being on the walls. I searched the first 5, and as expected, all completely abandoned. I took a backpack, quickly raiding the place for whatever I could. Call me a looter if you want, but I was running on survival instincts. I grabbed a flashlight, along with some batteries, a lighter, before making my way into the kitchen. The moment I opened the fridge, my stomach rumbled. It felt like I'd been trapped in this place for days. I quickly cracked open 4 cans of peaches and devoured them. Not long after, I filled my bag with any canned foods and unopened drinks I could find. As I was about to leave, I remembered that sinister growl, then quickly ran back to grab a rather large kitchen knife, which would be much more effective protection. After picking up on the fact that they were all identical rooms, I made my way forward. The walls would contain the occasional quirk boards, all pinned with flyers written in gibberish and containing incomprehensible images. Unlike the previous 2 rooms, this one didn't look to change size. It was rather normal compared to what I've experienced up until now. What felt like hours gone by, when suddenly, the LED lights above began flickering and buzzing before I heard a large crash come from behind me. I quickly whipped around to come face to face with the source of that haunting groan, and it was far more haunting than the noise it had created. It was humanoid, but far from human. It was hunched down, crouched almost. Its arms spanned the whole hallway, at least 5 feet each. Its claw-like fingers punctured the walls as it looked at me. At least, I think it looked at me. The thing didn't have any eyes, or nose, or ears. Just an elongated jaw with a deep, gargly moan coming out of it. I stood, frozen in fear, as I stared at this thing. Its head slowly began to tilt, almost making a complete 180-degree turn. And suddenly, its groans stopped. And for a brief few seconds, we just stood there in a stalemate until it charged me. It ran at me, hands still dug into the wall, causing long claw marks to streak behind it with each step. I quickly lifted the chair leg, swinging down and luckily hitting the creature across the head before turning and hauling ass like never before. The strike I managed to land, it didn't slow the creature down for long, as the sound of footsteps and scrapes against the wall returned soon after. I made it to the end, only to be met by a dead end. No doors or turns. At this point, I began to panic, smashing the chair leg against the wall over and over and over as the footsteps grew louder and louder. Shortly after, they abruptly stopped. I slowly turned around to see the creature inches away from me, groaning in my face. I remembered I had picked up a knife. I drew it and quickly plunged it into the thing's skull. Aside from a thick, dark blue liquid I assumed to be the creature's blood spewing from the wound, it had no effect. I slowly backed away, the thing getting louder as it began to step towards me. Instead of backing into a wall, however, I phased through another one, falling flat on my ass onto my office lobby floor. I shot up and began sliding back due to instinct before realizing that I'd been staring at the elevator, the one I entered at the start of all this. I kicked the door a few times, and sure enough, it was real. I reached back to notice the bag of supplies I'd gathered was completely empty. However, the bag itself remained. And then, my phone began to blow up. I pulled it out to see that once again it was at 90%, and the time was only 5 minutes after I entered the building. I let out a soft chuckle before breaking out into all-out laughter as I brought myself to my feet. I had no idea what the hell happened to me or where that place was, but it didn't matter now. I was out. I don't take the elevator anymore. I've gotten quite used to the venture up the stairs. Doesn't seem like such a hard climb anymore. Probably for the best too. About 2 days ago, one of the IT guys vanished. His car, still in the parking lot. He wasn't seen anywhere on the cameras though. And I have a strong feeling he got stuck on floor number 8. The first scarecrow, it appeared at the corner near my bachelor apartment. Well, the first scarecrow that was actually reported on, as best as I can find. I actually remember seeing it from my balcony when I was getting ready to head out in the morning. It had been pouring rain all night, but it was finally slowing down just as I was gearing up, and I stepped out to get a feel on the weather. I barely noticed it at first. Across from the 24-hour convenience, hung up on a pole from the nearest streetcar stop, soaked denim jeans hung to the grimy sidewalk. Above that was a mottled, mustard yellow sweater, one arm of which was fully unraveling. Both arms were spread wide open, tied to a plank behind it. It could have been confused for a person, if not for the head. It was a plastic, black garbage bag, tied at the neck and tucked into the shirt. Droplets of water kept their form on the smooth, plastic and wrinkles alike, giving it an almost compound eye look. I stared at it from afar for some time, trying to figure out what it was doing there. This was mid-September. It was too early for Halloween. But I thought, hey, if supermarkets are already stocking Christmas decorations, what constitutes too early? That was September 19th, to be specific, and that scarecrow didn't garner all that much attention. Some confused transit passengers, some photos popping up online. Then someone, at some point, took it down and threw it out, it's assumed. But it only escalated from there. And as I stare out into the snowstorm tonight, my hands are shaking as I try to imagine what's coming next. That's why I'm compiling this timeline of events. Maybe some things will start to make sense if I sort it out. Maybe there will be a picture of why any of this is happening. September 28th. Two more pop up. One, a bit farther downtown, under a bridge near the waterfront. The second, hung from a streetlight by a kids' park. The second was the first one to catch real public attention. Concerned parents were not too happy with this creepy thing suddenly hanging there out of nowhere. The police were called. The police being involved also meant this was the first time that we got any official word on the insides of these grotesque figures. In their report, they simply stated it was filled with newspaper, food wrappers, and other assorted garbage. Nothing to be concerned about, a harmless prank. September 29th. Only one day later, 3 more scarecrows, each in an entirely separate area of the city. Same basic description. People started to develop their own theories about them, thinking they were a publicity stunt, an art installation, a threat. Nothing held much weight though, especially since no one was taking credit for putting them together, or even, more impressively, putting them up without being seen. For the next couple of weeks, things aren't too notable. More of them appear, but by this time, we sort of got used to them. October 13th. An ambulance was called to the first injury. At 11:15 p.m, a 24-year-old woman was out drinking with her friends when they came across a scarecrow strung up outside a McDonald's just a block from the bar. They crowded around it to get a selfie, and the woman, she pretended to sit on its lap. Here are her words from a news interview. We'd seen them around, and no one had ever, had any issues with them. But when I leaned against it for the picture, I felt this sharp pain in my back, And, I freaked out. I got away from it, and my friends started freaking out too. 'Cause, my back was f***ing covered in blood. I was so f***ing scared. That scarecrow was stuffed with large shards of glass, along with nails and dirt. The woman needed 12 stitches and a veritable cocktail of preventative injections that I don't need to list here. October 14th. The police issue a statement stating that the culprits of these hazardous creations will be brought to justice, and of course, that anyone with any information as to these matters needs to contact them immediately. This made it clear that this was no longer nothing to be concerned about. It also made it clear that the month between the first scarecrow and that point had given them no clues as to who was responsible. The police from then on responded to the area of just about every new scarecrow to cordon it off safely and take it apart. The scarecrows continued to appear more frequently every day. October 28th. An off-duty police officer shattered his tibia and multiple bones in his right foot when he tried to take apart a scarecrow and found it full of cinder blocks. The force saw this as a direct response to their efforts to stop these events, and in effect, a direct attack. November 1st. Another event I witnessed personally. I was out on a lunch break and I heard a woman screaming. I, along with a small group of people, ran to the noise and found her on her knees, screaming at 911 over her phone, hysterically explaining to them that a scarecrow was holding a baby. I stayed with the woman, but saw a few people walk off down the street. I could see the shape, strapped to the tree, a stained white plastic bag for a head, its arms not spread like the others, but identifiably holding something close to its chest. Shortly after, everyone was moved back as the police arrived, along with paramedics. The woman continued to sob, but the people who checked the situation out before the police told her that there was nothing but dead leaves and trash swaddled to the scarecrow. November 6th. Several news sites began reporting used needles found in multiple scarecrows. I can't find any reports corroborating these claims, but it's possible they were found and done away with without involving the police for whatever reason. I think it may have just been faulty reporting, but worth mentioning at the very least to illuminate the frenzy we were moving towards. November 12th. Flashing lights filled the night as fire engines wailed. The count ended up being approximately 22 scarecrows that inexplicably went up in flame at the same time across the city. No outstanding damage was done, but people started moving away by the hundreds. November 13th. The first snow hit, which only ramped up the frequency. The scarecrows started piling up in the gutters, on the roads, in the parks. I started working from home. They found a 7-year-old dead in the street. Nearby, there was a ratty old glove filled with pills. They looked like candy. November 16th. A friend of mine was out getting groceries when she stepped on a scarecrow buried in the snow. She described it as a squashing sound as she slipped and fell into whatever the half-frozen gunk was. She said it smelled like putrid juice, like the liquid was trickles from a garbage bag, mixed with blood. She now has a skin infection on her face and hands. She's leaving in January. November 20th. Disease starts spreading. In the lungs, in the stomach, in the blood. We didn't know the source, but we knew that it was only happening to us, here. Those who stayed here no longer felt safe. At that point, you couldn't go 2 blocks without seeing one, no matter how hard the police were trying to dispose of them. So, people just stopped leaving their homes. November 27th. 4 adult men went rogue, searching the streets for whoever was doing this. At 2:03 a.m, they called 911 to report that they'd found a newly set up scarecrow, and they were horrified with what they found. The reports warned against vigilante justice and said that they found nothing but the usual newspaper and garbage in the scarecrow. In contrast, I got in contact with one of the men who explained the following to me. I don't care what the police found. I know what we saw. I can still smell it. There were organs in there. Wet, bloody, human organs, wrapped in all that trash. We watched them shrivel up and die in the body. So of course the police didn't find them, but they were there. December 1st. Businesses have started shutting down. I got laid off. I don't know how I'm going to afford my place. This isn't helping anything. I don't think there's any reason for this happening. I don't think anyone is doing this. But I can see outside my balcony, through the wind and the sheets of snow. There's more of them. They weren't there when I first started writing. I could go look. I could see for myself. Peel that shiny black plastic away to reveal the rotting teeth beneath. Watch the flesh decay and petrify and turn to detritus with my own eyes. And then, maybe the cold will take me. And maybe there will be a new scarecrow left behind.